Alright, everybody. We're doing this. We're doing this again. We're doing this again. I'm gonna turn down the music. It's a little loud. It's a little loud. Basically, the reason why we're gonna do this is because twofold. One, yesterday, after we started writing this, I literally couldn't sleep because of how fucking funny I thought it was. And it was like the only thing I could think about. So much that it kind of like dominated the back of my head. Like it was like what all my thoughts were about. So, we're going to hopefully... I don't know how long this fic is going to be. I don't know how long it's going to be. This is the kind of thing that could easily be like 300 pages or another 20. There's just so many angles to take it in. Hopefully, I hope all of you suggest some really funny things. Here, I'm gonna be... here. Let's add the first thing. By Sophia the Worst and YouTube chat. I am involved in this fic. Chris Streamer channel, hello. Chris Deltarune is heavily involved in Birdley's awful, no good, very bad day. You could say they are a bit of a Chrisser. That was awful. So I'm gonna start through with the reading, and then as we keep going, I think you guys can get a vibe of what we already wrote, and hopefully we can suggest some things. I want to build up to, this grudge match between Chris and Noelle. Because if you remember, Noelle hit Birdley with the plastic chair, giving him a concussion, and I think that'd be really funny. Just out of nowhere, like they get like in a fucking cage match. Chris Creamer is in chat. Oh. Well, are you Moss Eater 1987? Okay. Without further ado, I'm going to read through Birdley's awful, no good, very bad day. At least what we have of it. I will be doing silly voices. Chris becomes the creamer when they see Birdley in this. Oh yeah, this suggestion is the Curdly alpha male Birdley fic, by the way. So there's like tons of... yeah. So, yeah, let's start. It was a brisk night. Birdley sat alone, as usual, on his elegant gamer pad. As he sat in his swivel chair, he thought to himself while scrolling through Instagram Reels, "The thrill of Earth." I feel like we should have had some punctuation there. Is WD Gaster in this story? Oh, he serves a massive role in it. Yet he kept doom scrolling anyway. Like so many others, he had nothing better to do. He had finished all the games in his Steam library. All of his homework was done in a breeze. So alone Birdley sat, scrolling away at the dead of night, until a ping from his phone. It was a SoundCloud notification, which is a surprise because Birdley had only downloaded SoundCloud on his precious mobile gaming device for a certain someone. He tapped the notification, confusion bubbling under his blue feathered head. It was a song by Moss Eater 1987 named Gamer's Delight. Please be Curdly, I beg. Please be Curdly. Okay, be patient. Be patient. Eager, Birdley tapped to play for a listen, yet moments later he dropped his phone in shock. It was the best thing he had ever heard, and he didn't even like rap music. Somehow Chris's silent yet deadpan voice lent itself really well to mumble rap. Birdley was impressed. He knew Chris had a talent for music, but this was something else. Filled with inspiration, no, determination, Birdley decided to find some PEAK aura edits to send to Chris. Please don't be Curdly, please. Hi, phone man. And that's when he saw the best Patrick Bateman Sigma edit he had ever seen. I forgot how silly this was, okay. He must send it to Chris to show how much aura the rap had given him. And with one tap of his finger, he sent it. This shit is ass. A reply immediately had been sent. Why is Chris lying? This is a massive shock to Birdley. He thought that since Chris was a gamer, they'd understand being an alpha, but clearly hanging out with Susie had turned them into a beta cuck. How could such a good rapper not understand that being an alpha? No, being a sigma is all that mattered. So Birdley, gripping his phone, tightly wrote, "Dear Chris Kringle, you clearly don't understand the importance of being an alpha. Thank you for the bedtime story." Okay, well... Feather. No, I feel like... Maybe fingered Feather. Because he does have hands later on. So we're... Either we're inconsistent about Birdley's biology, which is really funny, or he's, like, more anthro. Fingered... No, a feathered finger. This time there's an audience. Yeah, it's true, it's true, it's true. Hi, Zachary. Alpha these nuts in your mouth, Chris responded exactly 1 second later. Birdley started to tear up. He had been completely destroyed. And if he responded again, it would be he who was the beta and not Chris. Upset, he booted up his gaming PC and decided to vent on 4chan. Until he drifted off into sleep. Inconsistency galore. Deltarune. Yes. I'm really excited with like the turnout. We have a lot of people in chat, so I'm hoping you guys can come up with some really funny suggestions. Because last time, the unhinged suggestions really made it better. That night he dreamed of the Joe Rogan Experience. Specifically being on the Joe Rogan Experience. Talking about how much he loved hunting, women, non-women, and Saudi Arabia in that order, and Joe simply nodded in complete submission to his godly aura. It was a nice, thought-provoking conversation that made all the viewers happy they had witnessed it, and no one would ever forget him again. Chris' voice is certainly something. I tried to go for like sleepy emo kid. I tried to go for that, because Chris is very sleepy and very emo. He awoke to the sound of other birds chirping in the morning. Birdley was disheartened that his epic dream was over. A single manly tear rolled from his face to a pillow. Then he stretched out his wing in front of his face, made a fist, and said, "Someday." Chris, after meeting Birdley. What's Birdley's weight? I don't know. No. Chris Dreamer channel says, I don't know. Lots of people's Chris's voice are either anime protagonists. So do you guys want an anime protagonist voice? I don't know. I feel like making Chris like a anime protagonist is kind of lame. But all dreams end eventually. Birdley got out of bed and took a shower, applying extra pieces of deodorant as he did. He put on his favorite pair of cargo shorts and his least favorite white button-up shirt to get ready for the day. In the mirror, he slicked back his cobalt feathers and pointed in the mirror while making a clicking sound with his tongue. Deltarune. Yeah, this is the most Deltarune fic I think I've ever written. He looks like a real alpha male. As Birdley walked into class, he saw Noelle and Susie talking about something. It must have been coercion. Why else would Noelle talk to Susie? Give him an average, really bored voice. That's kind of lame. Especially because my voice comes off as bored a lot, so it'd be hard to know when I'm voicing the character. A sarcastic, genderless child voice. It's kind of hard considering a lot of people think my voice is gendered. Okay, whatever. Hi, Guigi2. Birdley heroically put himself in between the two girls, stretched her wing in front of Noelle. Sorry, Susie. Try again another day. He would definitely gain aura for this. What the hell are you doing? Susie responded. Stopping you from harassing poor Noelle, he said. Chat, the boredom will lead to the weird route. Bro, we were just talking about Dragon Blazers. What is your damage? Susie asked, more annoyed than confused. Is this a Curdly or an AU where Chris and Worthy are partners instead? This is a Curdly thing. This is an alternate universe where everyone had a lobotomy. Like, Gaster gave everyone a lobotomy so everyone acts out of character, but in funny ways. Because, as you see, Noelle fucking smacks Birdly over the head with a steel chair. Sansa's probably a vodka-drinking fid who can't stand his job. What? Okay, listen, you're on thin ice, pal, Birdly responded, pushing up his glasses as he did. He then stretched out a feathered hand and blushed. Listen, Thuthi, you don't have to be the bad guy. We can harbor friendship and understanding. What do you say? What the actual fuck are you talking about? Susie asked at her limit for bird-brained bullshit. Birdly stood there, a hand outstretched, and gave a patient smile. Holy shit! Susie screamed. It was Noelle, who at the last minute had picked up a plastic chair and bashed. I feel like we're just going to change this to a steel chair. That's funnier. Because, like, plastic chair is more practical because it's in a classroom. But a steel chair is, like, just wrestling. So, and that's funnier. That time of year again, bringing presents to those little bastards. True. Responded. Had picked up a steel chair and bashed Birdly over the skull with it. Birdly collapsed to the floor, holding his now concussed head. Shut up! Noelle said through heavy breaths. God damn! Susie screamed in excitement. Noelle dropped. Yeah, also, I'm pretty sure Canon Susie, if she saw, like, Birdly get his face smacked in, she would not be like, yo, that's fucking hot. She'd probably be like, what the fuck? But whatever, this is like lobotomy room. This is lobotomy room. Noelle dropped her chair, blushed while holding her hands behind her back. So, do you want to come over next Tuesday? Noelle said her best, trying not to stutter. Dude, is this Birdly or nah? Dude, Birdly just got concussed by a steel chair. Tuesday? Fuck that! Let's go now, Susie said with a toothy grin. Susie then grabbed Noelle's hand and made her ditch class with her. Birdly sat on the floor, reeling in pain. He was pretty sure he had a concussion. But what was worse is that Noelle had succumbed to the dark side and become a heel. It must be Susie's bad influence. Birdly managed to pull himself up off the floor. His head was screaming at him. Someday he would get back at them. Someday. So originally he was going to edit them into like beta edits or whatever. Why are you spamming the Chris emoji? What the fuck? He then felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Chris. You okay? Chris asked, genuinely concerned. Birdly wasn't sure if it was a brain swelling or blood rushing to his face, but he started to blush. The dark side? Before patting down his clothes and saying, Of course, Chris, I'm a real alpha. Of course, Chris, I'm a real alpha. A simple chair shot wouldn't take me out. Gamers don't die, they respawn, numbskull. Got like spit all over my keyboard doing that voice. Edgelord, okay. It seems the real numbskull is you, they said sarcastically. By the way, a slight redesign of DSP and Noelle and Shadow Boss if you want to check them out later. I will. What if Birdly starts to mew? Okay, that could be later. Birdly can try mewing. Birdly could try mewing. Birdly simply ignored the comment and walked to his seat, or at least he tried to before he stumbled to his feet. Why does Chris sound like Stacy from high school? Who the fuck is Stacy from high school? When he awoke, so what if I have a concussion? I'm an alpha! When he woke up, he was at the hospital. Beside him was a tall yet melted skeletal figure. He wore a black suit under his lab coat and beneath that was a turtleneck. His eyes had cracks in them, one going upwards and one going down. He smiled as Birdley awoke. "Good day, Mr. Avian," the doctor said. Oh wow, Chris is here. Yeah. Birdley was confused. Why wasn't he at school? Where was Chris? Should we add, like, why did he want to know? You don't know Stacy from high school? No. My high school didn't have a Stacy. "Where am I?" Birdley asked. "You are at the hospital." "A concerned classmate carried you here after you fell." I'm doing a terrible fanfic too. This could help me. The doctor explained. He picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it. That's what I'm drinking. It was only then that Birdley noticed the massive holes in his hands. And then the doctor noticed him staring. Okay, yeah, Birdley will mew at some point in the fic. Come on. That fucking hurt. I clinked the clay of the cup up against my teeth. That fucking... Ow. Whatever. "Please do not be concerned. My hands were injured some time ago." I feel like British Gaster definitely works. "It's better than doing this." I don't know. I feel like that might be funnier. You guys vote. Get the fuck out of my hospital. We're getting there. He picked up a cup of coffee and sipped. Okay. Birdley felt ashamed for staring. This man was so humble. He must be a good person. Okay. Now, on the topic of payment, your injury was pretty difficult to deal with. Birdley felt the bag of frozen peas on his head. They were room temperature. "How much?" he asked. Cringing at the thought. There we go. How much, he asked, cringing at the thought. $6,453.99. The new line makes it so much better. Yeah, I know. The doctor said with glee. Birdley's jaw dropped. He didn't have that much money, and his mom wasn't going to use all of her hospital coupons on this. Birdley was fucked. I love that line. Yo, what are we writing? Birdley's awful, no good, very bad day. Noelle hit him with a steel chair, now he's in the hospital. And Gaster is asking for money, for hospital money, for his treatment, which was a bag of frozen peas that were put on his concussed brain. So pretty good. Well, after I get this pure fucking comedy goes, I'm so sorry, I can't afford that. The doctor's face fell. For whatever reason, he assumed he would be getting thousands of dollars from a high school student over a lukewarm bag of peas. Pluie. Damn! Without warning, Birdley's soul was turned blue and he felt gravity more harshly, now collapsing into his hospital bed. The doctor looked at him with pure rage. Get the fuck out of my hospital! Yo, I made a cameo! This is the most beautiful thing I've ever read. Without warning, Birdley was thrown into the air, the doctor making sure to slam him into multiple walls. Crack. Birdley heard the drywall crack under his weight. Before the doctor snapped his finger and flung Birdley through the hospital doors. Birdley landed outside on his ass, still in the hospital gown they had given him. Miraculously, the peas were still on his head. All things considered, today went pretty well. I thought Shakespeare was dead? You and me both. Okay. Birdley considered his options. He could either go home and tell his mother about his hospital debt and get a beer bottle thrown at him for his troubles, or he could become homeless and live in the alleyway. He had remembered Susie said something about free milk. Birdley decided that option 3 was the best. What was option 3? Simple. He would simply doom scroll Instagram Reels until he thought of a better idea. This is peak. I'm glad you think so. We're going to space. Suddenly, he felt the bag of peas being taken off his head. It was Chris. Chris opened the bag of peas and shoved a fistful down their throat. "How you doing, Tiger?" Chris asked. Birdley took a break from doom scrolling. "I think the hospital stole my clothes." "Oh damn, couldn't pay your debt, huh?" "No, unfortunately not. I think I also have another concussion," Birdley responded. Man, this is peak. I love it. W. Birdley. "How you doing, Tiger?" I love how this stream is getting, like, the most viewers I've ever had. I want more Chris Bound crowd lapper lore. Okay. We can elaborate more on that when we finish reading. Cool. Cool, Chris said with another thumbs up. Birdley had it with this nonchalant demon. Were they actually trying to help him, or were they actually just going to make fun of him like always? Anyway, want to play Minecraft? They asked, eating another handful of peas. It wasn't like Birdley had anything better to do. He had gotten himself off the pavement and walked with Chris to Chris's house. Mike. The lush forest surrounded the quaint 2-story house. Chris opened the door with the keychain on their phone. It had been so long since Birdley had been to the Dreamer house. Back then, Noelle and him would come over and play Super Smashing Fighters with Chris and Azriel. Those were the days. ... Nowadays, Noelle beat him with a chair and Chris was a SoundCloud rapper. Actually, it wasn't that different. Mi casa es su casa, Chris said. "I don't speak Japanese," Birdley responded. Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. We're 21 viewers. Wow, this is getting all the fucking viewers. Chris rolled their eyes and pulled out a dusty Xbox 360 with 2 chewed up controllers. Things weren't that different. Birdley had forgotten that Chris enjoyed the savory taste of Xbox controllers. Chris turned it on, but the Xbox flashed a red ring of death on its LED wheel. Okay. Here's where we get, like, the Chris out of character moment. "God fucking damn it!" Chris screamed as they picked up the console and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of it. "Now I want to be a SoundCloud rapper, New York Times bestseller." This is getting all the viewers because it's peak. Okay. They hit the console with a drop kick and it shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Then Chris sat beside Birdley. "Microsoft, am I right?" Chris said nonchalantly. "I'm more of a Nintendo guy myself," Birdley said. Exactly 4 seconds had passed between the two with nothing being said. Birdley looked to the remains of the once proud... What generation is the Xbox 360? Is it like 5th or 6th generation? Whatever. Proud, console now destroyed on the floor. It was fitting in a weird way. Perhaps that was the end goal of all living things, to be beaten to death by an emo SoundCloud rapper. Second gen, Yeah, it's Peepus. Things okay, 7th gen console. Proud 7th generation console now destroyed on the floor. There we go. I wanted to add this bit. I feel like this is funnier. Want a glue sandwich? They asked, their face lighting up. Not even 1 minute, but this is the best streamer ever. This is going to be canon for Susie and Deltarune Chapter 5. Chris's dream job coming true. Okay. Birdley wasn't sure if it was the double concussion or the strange feeling in his stomach. But for whatever reason, he said, "Sir, there's no way this day could get any worse." Chris smiled with delight and put on an oversized apron. First, they took 4 slices of bread and put Elmer's glue on each slice, then a fresh slice of toilet paper in the middle, and voila, 2 glue sandwiches. Do you think Birdley listens to funk? Yes. Chris put them both on a plate and brought them to the couch. Birdley gulped. He had never partaken in this delicacy before. He was more than a little nervous. He looked at Chris. Chris just smiled back at him before unhinging their jaw and biting into the sandwich with an 80 psi bite. Birdley looked at Chris with awe. "If Chris can do it, I can too. I'm an alpha." Birdley reasoned to himself. He picked up the sandwich with both hands, and some crumbs fell onto his lap. Despite the fact that it smelled like ranch, it did not actually taste like ranch. In fact, it was kinda bad. Birdley coughed loudly, and Chris continued to eat despite ignoring Birdley's rude coughs. Jesus, that's awful. Chris, you have to make a bit... Chris Cross should be like their fucking one-hit wonder. I agree. Chris shrugged. The fact that they were eating anything remotely close to a sandwich was worthy of high praise. Chris gulped the last bite down and said, "I believe you mean acquired taste," Chris said with a smile. Turns out there was lead in the sandwich. Birdley is both an alpha and a sigma. True. Birdley scoffed. "If by acquired you mean as bad as 2 concussions, then sure," he said with a little laugh. He intended to mock Chris, perhaps get them back for all the times they had pissed him off, but instead the human let out a little giggle. Chris inched closer on the couch. Oh god. "I don't think I'm that bad at cooking." Chris looked directly into Birdley's eyes. Birdley looked away. This is so dumb. He started to sweat. Why was he sweating? It was only Chris. Yeah, just Chris. Okay. I like how the stream peaks in viewership as we get to the curdly stuff. Well, as I recall, I came over to play Minecraft, and so far I've only eaten crap. That's a good line. How long till Birdley starts whimpering? Bro, I'm not gonna write that. They're high schoolers. Oh, I'll be right back. Chris ran off to the room for a second. Birdley was left there thinking about how Chris looked at him. He wasn't sure why, but his face felt warm. This feels like a fucking Spoiling Friends episode! Good! I'm heavily invested. Keep cooking. Okay. Chris ran down the stairs with a leapfrog iPad in hand. "We can play Minecraft on this." Birdley was amazed. Chris had managed to play Minecraft on a leapfrog. Perhaps Birdley was wrong about them. That was a real alpha move. This is the perfect music. Chris sat closer to Birdley this time as he turned on the leapfrog and booted up Minecraft Pocket Edition. Then handed the tablet over to Birdley. "You don't want to play?" "No, I'd rather watch you play." This is so dumb. Chris said, brushing their chestnut-colored hair behind their ear. Okay, we need to give more description. Their crimson eyes now fully visible to the blue bird. There we go. This is a Chris Dreamer canon. Yes, this will happen in chapter 5, trust. Visible to the blue bird. They flickered like embers. There we go. They flickered like embers. It was sort of beautiful. Why did you ask that about... Okay. Berdley's chest felt tight. It was distracting. Luckily, he had a distraction from that distraction. He started a new world and immediately started mining clay. What are you doing? Chris asked. I like building brown bricks with Minecraft. Okay, we've done it. Oh shit, Curdly. Yeah, this is a Curdly fic. Okay, Chris tried not to laugh. But... No, wait. I feel like I can make this better. But as they did, they got even closer. Chris, getting that bird OC. Oh my god, I believe you mean cloaca. I'd like to build something of my own. Chris said while caressing Berdley's face. Okay. Their gazes locked. Berdley desperately wanted to look away but did not. Chris, Berdley asked, let's just say, you gave my heart a concussion. Berdley's a concussion roll. Yes, we're getting to it. We're getting to it. Berdley burst out laughing. Damn, this is... God, Chris, you almost got me. Berdley wiped a tear from his eye. Yeah, right. As if Chris would ever want to, he thought. He was then interrupted by a warm feeling on his lips. He opened his eyes. Chris was kissing him on the lips. This almost... You finished this? You should make YTP's next stream. I'm not making YTP's next stream. That would take too long. That would piss me off. Video editing pisses me off. This is more fun. A million thoughts raced through Berdley's head. All of them seemed pointless. No. He closed his eyes and pulled Chris in. Slam! Hey, honey, how are you Hey, honey, you weren't at school, so I assumed a familiar maternal voice said. Toriel dropped her purse and held her hands over her mouth in horror. Peak. Okay, chat. What do we do from here? What do we do from here? Okay. So, we have some votes for Toriel giving Berdley another concussion. Per shot. Yeah. Help. I wanted Toriel to send Chris to the church to pray the bird away. Per shot. I want to see some other suggestions. This is like the first suggestion. Chris, I don't know, like something like Chris flips their mom off or something, and it's like, it's not a phase, mom, and then they have like a really dramatic fight in front of Berdley, and it'd be really funny. We can't send Berdley back to the hospital, because then he'd have to pay his hospital debt. LB up. Pray the bird away is hilarious. Okay, chat, come on. We have to theory craft. What, does Chris, just like lift Berdley up and like take him to their room as Toriel like processes this? What the hell is happening? Okay, so long story short, Birdly is an alpha male. Chris is a SoundCloud rapper. Birdly went to the hospital after Noelle hit him with the steel chair. The hospital wanted thousands of dollars for a bag of peas they put on his head. So Birdly has hospital debt now. And he made out with Chris, and that's what just happened. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, chat. That was something else. Canonical ending, Birdly becomes Glove. Toriel faints and gets the hospital debt too. Maybe Birdly falls unconscious and then someone could kiss him again and wake him up again. Free me from the bird, please. Now you're dating the bird. Birdly should become an indentured servant to pay off his debt. No. Toriel faints. Can you give me some context? Literally rewind the stream. We just read through the entire fit. Toriel gets obliterated and it's only Curdly. I feel like Toriel has to be opposed to this because Toriel canonically does not like Birdly. She views him as really annoying. And I feel like forgetting that just for the sake of like more, like, come on, drama. Toriel hits Birdly with a microwave. Okay, we're doing that. We're doing that. Jitterbug. Okay. Held her mouth over her hands in horror. Chris, so, Birdly becomes a light Glover. What the fuck does that even mean? Pray the alpha away. No, you can never pray alpha away. Okay. Chris simply gave a thumbs up in response to their mother's horrified look and went back to kissing Birdly. Holy peak already. If Birdly isn't dying in a horrific way, in the end I'm rioting. Okay, goddammit. Sorry about that, chat. Dogs were just dropped off in my room. So if you hear some jingling or some barking, that's them. And I might need to go away from the fic that's into them. So, let's read some of your suggestions. Birdly starts making a bottled brain rot content. Hell no. Says away and says my people need me. No, this deserves more than the Susie video. That'd be really funny. Birdly can ascend to the next plane. No. All these ideas are funny as fuck. I don't want it to be too much of a sequence break. I still want it to be somewhat grounded. I feel like that's what makes it funny. I went back to kissing Birdly. Birdly, however, felt a deep pit of despair in his chest. He knew Toriel. The woman did everything in her power to avoid him. And now it was on her couch kissing her child. Ouch, the beak was pointy. Birdly Fortnite dance. Birdly can Fortnite dance. An idea from last stream was like Birdly daps up Susie. And I kind of want to incorporate that in. How about they get married and then divorce? They're in high school. They're in high school. Birdly didn't stay determined, bro. He's gotta. Okay. Okay. Kissing. Birdly makes the family fight again. That's what we're doing. That's literally what we're doing. And now kissing her child. He could sense another brain injury coming. Chris and the man who wings his ding in the same chat. Sorry, Chris, but I only go for A+ students. Birdly said no. Toriel hires a hitman. Toriel doesn't want to kill Birdly. She just wants to, like, kick his ass. What chapter is this based on? This is, like, post-chapter 4. This is post-chapter 4, I'd say. This is post-chapter 4. So, like, Susie and Chris have been hanging out for a while. Susie has, like, a scar on her hand from, like, punching the prophecy. Noelle and Susie are a lot closer. And obviously we've established that Birdly, like, flirts with Chris sometimes. Birdly drops a fork and accidentally makes a dark world. Let's save that for later. That's a good idea. Birdly throws his mother's urn on the ground to see what happens in the action. Birdly wakes up to the doctor's emblem body with his chest. No. Birdly gets so much brain damage despite her sense exclusively for brain injuries. Birdly trips and opens a dark fountain. This is Google Docs. Okay. He could sense another brain injury coming. This was bad. He needed to leave. But there was he kinda really enjoyed kissing Chris. Holy shit, it's Des Holiday. Yes, Des is... okay, we have all the fanfic accounts in chat. He kind of really enjoyed kissing Chris. So, to the concussed blue bird, the deep-seated fear he felt was subsumed by the fact that he, an alpha gamer, got to actually kiss someone before his 40s. Okay, can Birdly start selling narcotics or something? Money to sell his work. Okay. Oh, Chris must be a really good Chriser. Okay. He kind of really. Okay, this is like peak stupidity. Okay, what the fuck? Alpha. He was an alpha gamer. That's what I wrote. That's what I fucking wrote. Okay, whatever. You can add something about the lore. Okay. Before his 40s. Toriel. No, wait. And last was Toriel. At last was Toriel. 1 million emotions went through her head. Went through her soul. Chris is Chris, Birdly is Birdly. When's the part where Birdly isn't going to die? Birdly is not going to die. No one's going to kill Birdly. This is like Birdly's bad day, not Birdly's final day. Birdly's just going to have a shitty day. Went through her soul. Fuck. Can't even reference Deltarune properly without Google Docs being like, that's incorrect grammar. Is the annoying dog in the story? No, he's sleeping. That's how any of this is able to happen. Basically, here's my headcanon. Every time the annoying dog sleeps, the world gets fucked up. So that's what we're doing. Went through her soul. Emotions like rage, fear, forlorn, a weird sense of nostalgia even. Birdly lays an egg and turns out he was the Eggman. Okay. All of your fan fictions about it are out of character. Goodbye. Birdly slips on a banana peel. That'll happen later. Even nostalgia, even. She was happy that Chris had found somebody. For a while, it seemed like Chris would die alone at the age of 36, selling narcotics. This was good news. Is there any pink and yellow mention yet? Not yet. Birdly turns into Peepus and Chris turns into Peepus and they live happily ever after. I don't know if I want any darkners here. We did throw around the idea of Ralsei calling Chris gay, and I think that's really funny. Birdly burns his tongue on the microwave pizza. This was good news? No, it couldn't be. Across from her precious child, her innocent child, was him. That annoying piece of shit Birdly. Okay. How are we doing so far? Any Chris got sick? Chris is not getting bird flu from kissing Birdly. That's dumb. That's dumb. We're not doing that. It was him. That annoying piece of shit, Birdly. How she had rejoiced that the days of him coming over to play video games were over. I don't feel so well. Sans died. It's funny how noticeable the minority of Deltarune fans are just cheeky reference how Deltarune is Homestuck in disguise. Birdly gets the flu from Chris and Chris. That'd be funny. That'd be like, no, Birdly gets human flu. I feel like that'd be the joke, right? What are you two doing? You two like, okay. I second this. Yeah, I like that idea. We'll keep that in mind. How she had rejoiced that the days of him coming over to play video games were over. How she had avoided paying her library debt just to avoid seeing his punchable face. And now he had the audacity to come into her house in a hospital gown, no less. And give me a second. When you have the bat, everything looks like a ball. His microwavable face. I have an idea. Microwavable is too like obscure of an insult. To avoid seeing that annoying into her in a hospital, no less. And I feel like the word deflower is too charged. And corrupt her sweet, innocent child. That son of a bitch would pay. TV dinner phase. I had a dream one time where Birdley did something extremely racist, and everyone was just staring at him in shock until I woke up. I love Birdley. I played a mod where he replaces Noel and he's playable, and I couldn't stop laughing all the way through. I wish it was finished. I want to play that. Birdley builds a freaking Z-Mech from Garden Warfare 2 and he wins in life. No. Yeah, deflowered would have been really bad. What else buy into multiple nights theory? Okay, we're losing the plot here. That son of a bitch would pay. Toriel up her purse. No. The room felt at least 20 degrees warmer. Instead of thorn ring, Birdley would give a wedding ring instead. Oh my god. Felt at least 20 degrees warmer. Toriel picked up her purse. Toriel picked up her purse, gripping it until her knuckles were white. Then the floor still littered with Xbox shards cracked underneath her foot. Chad, is this good? Birdley gets Hadoukens. Okay, guys, we need to ground this a little bit. We need to ground this. Aren't her knuckles already? No, like when you white knuckle something. Like when you grip it really hard. Still cracked underneath her foot. Birdley looked on in terror. Instinctively, his flight or flight responses. Knuckles, the guy, she has white fur. It reminds me I need to write the Bible 2.0. Her Knuckles wouldn't be viewable because of the white. Shut up! You get the point. You get the point. She's like about to fuck him up. She's like about to like beat the shit out of him. Flight responses were telling that he needed to leave or else his hospital debt would be even higher. The mod is, if you didn't see my message, the mod is Noelle and Birdly swap on Game Banana. Okay. Are you gonna animate this? No. Homer Simpson chokehold. We need to ignore this like just how we ignored giving Birdly lips. Okay. It would be even higher. He pulled away from Chris with a look of genuine Birdly gets feather lice. Chokehold perhaps. I feel like Toriel choke slamming Birdly would be really funny. Like he gets hit with like 2 wrestling moves. But Toriel needs to say something before beating the fuck out of Birdly. Oh, right. So, okay, so she cracks her neck. Toriel cracked her neck. Toriel cracked her neck. Cracked her neck by tilting it to the side. At once, years of strength training became visible to the poor teenage boy. What if Birdly was a knight? How would that even work? I just imagine Birdly and Chris kissing and I wouldn't want to laugh more than like, what the fuck is this fic about again? Birdly having a bad day. Became at once kiss your way out of this one, bird brain. Bird brain. Could you add random perchance in the pros? No. Do you think Des is watching from outside the house? I don't think Des is here. I feel like, I don't know. We're not gonna focus on Birdly having a bad day. That's Birdly's everyday. Okay. We're just gonna see how far this goes. This is like Dragon Ball. There isn't really a theme to the story here. It's just like, shit happens and it's good. You know what I mean? I mean, there are themes in the story, like being forgotten, Chris's, Birdly's love quest, and obviously never trusting doctors. But I wouldn't say this story has a consistent theme. So, yeah. Make Birdly pay someone on Reddit a votes that have get kicked out of the establishment. Just hide moments in aura. Okay. Birdly is about to be an angry bird. Birdly is not getting. Oh God, guys, give me a second. This is like Dragon Ball for the for the suffering bird? Yeah, sure. Kiss your way out of this one, bird brain. I feel like that's a good one-liner. Toriel said, the malice, Toriel said in a deep and foreboding tone. Just then, Birdly felt true fear for the first time. Something adults would say, but it's still... Toriel would not say bird brain. She would say something adults would say, but that's still mean. You cretin. I feel like bird brain is funnier. I feel like bird... Because it's like also like... Because he's a bird. Kiss your way into this one, shit lips. Thinking of that one Megabyte scene where Metro Man is about to fight Titan. Felt true fear for the first time. These were not the words of a kind old reprobate. I feel like reprobate works. Or like retrobate. You retrobate. Reprobate. Okay. Of a kind old woman. But one look. Toriel doing a cheap combo on Berkeley. But one look at face. He knew that she meant... I feel like a lot of people don't know what this is referencing. Every single word. Every single word. Chris turned to look at their mother, feeling her uncharacteristic rage in the air. This is really... Writing angry Toriel is funny. How does Chris react to this? I feel like Chris is like, Mom, it's just a prank, and then she's like, go to your room now! Mom, chill. Mom, chill. No, it's just like, oh, hey, Mom, have you met Birdly? Rage in the air. Feeling her uncharacter, and said, oh, hey, Mom. This is Birdly. Can he stay over for the night? Yes! Yes! So you consider her feeling towards Azrael? Mom, he's just my close friend. Mom, I don't like this. No, Chris is hitting Birdly with the Riz. The night, Birdly, holy peak. I love is in the air. Wrong Heartache begins playing. Oh my god. The night, Birdly repeated, a growing feeling of red on his face. Chris, go room. Chris, go to your room. Toriel said, and a voice just loud enough to be heard. It was clear that she was at her. We're giving Toriel so much aura, by the way. God damn it.
Chris, this is Susie, my cousin. Her name is... Chris, Susie, this is my cousin. Her name is Rory Knight.
Christopher Columbus, chapter 5 is going to have a weird word in it. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, chat. My dogs keep jumping off my bed, and it makes it really hard to focus because then they'll go under the bed and then they'll poop under there, and that's like, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. It was clear she was at her limit. It was clear that she was at her limit. Okay, this is gonna be a Dragon Ball reference. But mom, Chris started, but was cut off. Giving the homies a little kiss goodnight. Mom, it's not gay to kiss the homies. Chris started, but was cut off. Do as you're told before I lose what little self-control I have left. The fuck does Kamehameha mean? Do as you're told before I lose what little self-control I have left! That's when Goku first becomes Super Saiyan. Mythical recommended poll, oh my god, yeah. Toriel screamed. Screamed. The entire house shook in terror. Chris Birdley put a friend inside me. Oh no. Toriel also have soul. Oh my god. Toriel tough knuckles. Yeah, no. We're giving Toriel so much aura. The entire house shook in terror. Chris was shocked. Their mother had never raised her voice at them before. Die, you must hope. Toriel type moments in aura. Okay. I feel like this is really funny. This is already eaten up like 2 pages. Chris was shocked. Their mother had never raised her voice at them before. Oh, you need to go? It's like midnight? Okay, have a good night. I never raised her voice at them before. It felt scary. Like a woman they had knew their whole life had changed. And without saying a word, they left for the stairs. I was not protecting you, but them. Toriel's like defensive mother and she's her style and interact with anyone in the slightest romantic way. She'll just fucking kill them. Toriel is Carol in this fanfiction. No, Carol's gonna... I feel like, if Carol shows up, I want it to be like Carol like tries to hire a hitman to kill Susie or something. I want that level of fuck ass Carol. This is like This is like, I'd say, okay, to be fair, you're a mom, you find your kid kissing Birdly. What do you do? I feel like this is a valid crash out, chat. I feel like this is a valid crash out. This is a valid fucking crash out. And then they say, oh mom, this is Birdly, can he stay over for the night? Fuck no! Carol's gonna be the knight. I don't think the knight's gonna show up in this fic. I don't know. This is too silly for the knight, I'm gonna be real. Carol is nice and caring, oh never mind. And they left for the stairs, leaving Birdly alone. Human, I remember your fanfics. Leaving Birdly alone. Myth. Mrs. I'm a papyrus night truther. If I find my kid kissing Birdly, I would already have Christmas dinner. What do you mean? I'm terribly sorry. Birdly started to explain himself, but was cut off by Toriel's hand gripping itself like a python around his neck. Birdly's becoming the turkey. Birdly's having a very gloomy day. Do you guys believe in trans or Alsate theory? This is like the second time it's been brought up. Pluia day. At least in an allegorical way. Okay. You guys are discussing night theories. That's... around... Birdly started to explain himself, but was cut off by Toriel's hand gripping itself around his neck. Gripping itself like a python around his neck. You. She uttered in a deep, guttural tone. Please, Toriel, I need this! In a deep, guttural tone. If Birdly could, he'd gulp. Toriel lifted Birdly up by the neck, so they were eye to eye. Like he's not a litter. How long is the stream gonna be? As long as I want it to be. Until I get like too tired to write. Until I get too tired. The stream could be 12 hours for all I know, I don't know. So they were eye to eye. Never come to this house again. She said, venom leaking. Oh, wait. Venom leaking from her mouth as she said it. 67-hour stream, 32-hour stream, 300-hour stream. Just me, or does anyone think that... just came back. What the hell happened? Toriel is beating the shit out of Birdly. And oh, okay. Venom leaking from her mouth as she said it. Never come to this house again. Bird. If could only explain himself. If tell for Chris, but he sorry, Birdly, you're on your own. This is the same fan fiction. Chris, I remembered your Chris, like, literally. Besides, I feel like Chris and Noelle have to have some similarities. I feel like Chris in personality is like the gremlinness of Susie and like the spinelessness of Noelle. I feel like that's like... Okay. But he would have been cut off again anyway. My goat, or I'll say... Yeah, no, cool. I don't know where Cooler is. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he'll show up and, like, suggest more SoundCloud rapping. Never speak to Chris again. Barely containing. I feel like we need a new synonym for rage. Her righteous fury. Me when I'm having a good day. He took my entire family. King jingling. That's not key jingling. That's my dog scratching itself. Please at least one character in this tick eat mashed potatoes. Sure, fine. We'll have one eat mashed potatoes. Cooler from Dragon Ball. She said barely containing her genocides. No. Her righteous fury. Never. Speak to me. Her grip tightened even harder. It was becoming hard to breathe. Megalovania starts playing. Sure, fuck it. Sure, fuck it. Give me a second, chat. How does Death survive Asgore's chariot? Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. Wait, I was joking. She remembers Birdley's genocides. Birdley, I remember your nerd rants. Never speak to me again. It was becoming harder to breathe. She... up over her head before choke slamming Birdley through the couch. Your brother has a very special attack. This is hype. Choke slamming Birdley through the couch. The dusty old couch smashed into smithereens. A piece of wood jammed itself into Birdley's side, drawing blood. But that only made Toriel see red. What would do if Susie this is what, would Toriel do this if Susie if I kissed her too? The joke I wanted was like that Toriel is like, Chris, surely you could have found someone else to find. What about Susie? And Chris is like, fuck no, I don't want to date Susie. Cause I'm the one writing it. What the fuck? You son of a bitch, just work. But yeah, no, Toriel would probably do this if anyone... I think it's like a... I feel like Toriel would be mad if anyone kissed Chris. Really gets all the power of every Redditor. But that only made Toriel see red. Red. She clasped a fist tightly. And then another. She looked straight down at Birdley, reeling in pain before launching a rapid fire volley of punches at the downed bird. What have I just wandered into? Toriel's beating the shit out of Birdley. Oh my god. Why does it keep correcting Birdley's name? Oh, that's not a real name. The downed bird. The house shook. Birdley, get the fuck. Wouldn't she just burn him? I have to animate this. I just have to. Birdley's been swooned. The entire house shook. The floor cracked, creating a crater where Toriel stood. Birdley felt every blow. It must have been 1,000. Minor sins. Telling my future I'm telling my future children that this fanfiction is Dragon Ball. Good. It must have been. Before went numb. Each blow he felt an explosion of pain. Blood splattered the walls. He felt his hollow bones cracking underneath her attack. Stood. Sorry, Chris's mom. I befriended your child last night. Wait, is Birdley actually gonna die? No, Birdley's not gonna die. He's gonna go back to the hospital. Splattered the walls. Sit over Birdley. Birdley was for air. Should we do an Invincible reference? Should she go like think Birdley? Why is the hit track Megalovania? The heck did I join with the title did not did not do the inside content justice. Okay, what should I change it to writing peak fanfiction? Cause like this is dude, as you're told before was gasping for air. He was covered in blood. His ribs were shattered and he probably had a third concussion. Shame that my mom can kiss a weird skeleton from the shop and I can't hang out with the bird, yeah. Holy shit, it's Chris Dreamer. Burger Pants is a peak character. I don't know if Burger Pants will show up. Birdley. And then this is just changed to he. He was... Birdley, no! He probably had a third concussion. He grabbed Toriel's leg, begging for mercy, but she showed him none. Oh god, oh god, oh god. With a look of absolute disgust, she she kicked Birdley through the wall of the house. Egg Bird family reunion. Then Birdley still comes to the festival tomorrow because he's that good. Oh yeah. He's gonna be in a full body cast. to the wall of her house. Birdly was seeing stars. He could not get up out of the grassy wall of the house. Birdly slid against the grass outside, piling it up behind him. The grassy hole he was now in. Chat, what chapter is this? Forgot everyone else's chosen's names. Toriel really not showing him the cold shoulder. Simply No, Birdly is not simping for the goat mom. The goat mom is beating the shit out of him. He was now in. God damn it. He coughed up blood. He coughed. He coughed up blood. Birdly's weird room final boss. Toriel beat the shit out of him in 4 and 5. I'm drawing this. This might be peak. Oh my god. Birdly respawned. He coughed up blood. He looked to the floor, fearing that this might be the end. But then he this no, but then he felt a warm feeling above. So is Toriel gonna like just like shoot like a fucking fireball at him? Like a Dragon Ball Z like key blast? What Gaster's gonna say to Birdly? That's right, the medical condition. Yeah, no, Birdly's fucked. Birdly's fucked, dude. Okay. Guys, go to sleep if you need to. Gaster, I barely know her. Haha. Is he gonna give him concussion again, or is he gonna get a different... I feel like he's gonna get Gaster again, and Gaster's gonna be like, well. Who do we have here? So we destroyed the world with the fire... Toriel destroyed the world with fireballs just to kill Birdly. Birdly, raise up, do the tornado thing. Dude. Get up, Birdly. Okay. Birdly stumbled to his feet. He couldn't feel his left wing. So he the right wing into a fist above. It was Toriel. She was stirring up all of the magic power she had into a massive fireball. One that was consuming the wall of her house. Berdly is too woke. Berdly starts to feel an energy rushing within him and he grabs a gun. No, Berdly's not killing Toriel. No one's dying. No one's dying. Her house. It looked like a tiny sun in the palm of her hand. It was about the size of a yoga ball. Terrified into a fist. The hell is the lore of this? You're gonna have to. I'll go over it again. I like how we've spent 2 fucking pages and an hour of stream describing all of the ways Toriel beat the shit out of Berdly. Okay. Clutched his right wing into a fist. Mustering up magic of his own, he felt it's just Dragon Ball. Berdly forgot he has wings. Final flash of fire, pretty much. Low-key interested? Okay. He felt the winds of the north, the east, the west, and the south come together. His feathers ruffled in the wind. A new feeling of determination was. I am super Toriel. Togor, I love your inspiration. Okay, was deep within the blue. They're gonna have like a beam struggle. This is. Give him spam to Neo's cannon arm. Pitch him is burning, bro. Yeah, unironically. Chris is like upstairs, like watching all this. Like face to the window, like, go boyfriend, go. Beat my mom's ass. Of the north. Deep within the bluebird. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't let Toriel win and push him around. He had been beaten all day. I feel like I'm changing the music. It needs to be something more hype than Megalovania. But the world refused to die. I'm too. Chris having a WWE match with the Soul. He is winning. Who's he? Come on, load. I installed a new ad blocker, which is why we haven't been hearing any ads. There we go. Wait, did I loop it? Yes, I did. He couldn't let Toriel win and push him around. He had been beaten all day. First by his supposed best friend. Then by that charlatan of a doctor, and now Now by Chris's mom. And then Chris woke up as if everything was just a dream. No. Oh, yeah. The heck is happening, chat? Okay, guys. Fill each other back in. I'm not gonna recap it every time. And now by Chris's mom. The king stirred his brain. He able to stand, let alone think. But now, among his bloodied and bruised face, he could of one thing. This isn't brain rot, this is peak rot. True. It would be funny if it's all of you. Burley knows what happens next and gets punished for his love interest, but with the surge of power he raises his hand for his energy with the speed rot. It's just pure delta rot. Think of one thing. I need to win. I need to win. He should. What? You found the diamond in the... I like how this went from Chris is a SoundCloud rapper, Lamau, to Noel beats up Birdly, Lamau, to Gaster beats up Birdly, Lamau, to Chris kisses Birdly, Lamau, to Toriel and Birdly reenact a Dragon Ball Z fight. Okay. Here's a later I have time to work a part-time job to pay everyone's hopes, everyone's dreams coursing through my veins. Toriel, get ready to get smashed, yes. By those attacks, his courage, his grit, his power, and yes, his love, his enjoyment of kissing Chris all filled him with a new feeling. He smiled as the winds grew wilder around him. Birdly goes into Wrathful Super. Should we do Birdly the Undying? Should we do Birdly the Undying? Around him. Okay. Worst ending, Toriel gives Birdly a bad bowl cut. Bloodthirsty Birdly, hell yes, 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 please, Birdly the Undying. Okay, Wilder around him. Forming into a tornado. Zenith Birdly! Zenith Birdly! Battle against a true gamer! Forming into a tornado around him. Please make this Birdly's dream. No. Birdly already had a dream about going on Joe Rogan. I feel like this is like the perfect shit post. It's like the shit post that keeps on giving. It's like 1 second. Okay, my parents are fighting. Nah, Chris is rooting for their boyfriend to win. Here, I'm changing the music again. Okay. around him, immersing him within the wind. And suddenly, feel his left one was broke. His left wing again. His ribs were intact. I'm having a bad day. I'm dying. Dude, I'm for this. His ribs were intact. His brain felt clear, and there was no more blood. His glasses had been turned into an angular visor. His button-up shirt had been transformed into a future like chest plate. What? I love how I got here. I guess I'm in for the ride. Okay. Bird brain. He had a brain and didn't know that. Future like chest plate with a Falco logo on it. There we go. A bright white cape had surrounded his body. Had surrounded his body. His car shorts, now manly leather pants with knee-high boots. Birdly looks like a real gamer. He unlocks his chakras. Birdly's like, she was race on one! Birdly, harem one, no. Kara, why'd you make him do this? None of the worlds were here for this legend. Oh, okay. He looked like a real gamer. Toriel grunted. Her rage. Now, her fold veins visible on her head, and the size ball consuming the back side of the house and setting it on fire. Hey, but nobody came. I'm so into this. Oh my god. Setting this as the inferno swelled. Chris ran down the stairs. For what am I actually into this? Really doesn't wear any pants. Now, in this fic, he wears cargo shorts. Him not wearing pants is weird. I stand by that. Came down the stairs. Mom, the house is on fire. And then, Mom, the house is on fire. But Chris was silenced by the scene before them. Toriel had become a slave to her rage. Susie just appears randomly and Birdly wins and goes, make it a school, post it as a I will post it as a PDF when it's done. As a slave to her rage. Toriel had become a slave to her rage. Being consumed by the ever-potent toxin of hatred. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Better than Harry, unironically. Ever-potent toxin of hatred. And of her was the warrior of light, a true alpha male, Birdly, a new form. And wait, was he wearing guy liner? Wait, was he wearing guy liner? Chris was overwhelmed by the sight of the handsome paladin. Oh, can you two cut it out? What? Hey, yo. Here, Frisk gets turned into a statue like in the Pokemon movie and the gamers start crying. Shut up! The sight of the handsome paladin. But also felt pure dread. Their dearest mother and their... I just fucking told you to not do that. Can you please chill out? Okay. And their beloved squaring... I'm talking to my dogs. Okay, yeah, okay, you can be upset all you like. What, you want to come over here? You want to write fan fiction with me? Is that what you want? Okay, come on, let's write fan fiction together. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hi, Chip. Okay. Squaring off. Although, what was she yelling at us? Thought she was yelling at us. Okay. I'm not yelling at you. Just stop being loud. Literally just go to sleep. Want me to GTS you? I can. Probably. I don't know, I've never done it before. Beloved squaring off in a fight to the death. Okay. What suggestions do you have? Yeah, I thought you didn't have any. You're just a dumb dog. Reading it. Okay. Okay. You're gonna calm down. You're gonna actually, like, here, how about, you're gonna calm down, you're gonna, like, go to bed, so I can work on this shit. Okay. Calm down. Don't. Okay. He doesn't understand. He's just a dog. Anyway. Off in a fight to the death. Wait. Chris screamed, holding out their hands to them, but it was too late. Toriel fired her attack. What should Toriel's attack be called, chat? What should Toriel's attack be? What should Toriel's attack be called? Your dog could learn a thing or two about your writing skills. Yeah. What should Toriel's attack be called? Because she's gonna like call it out like an anime. Oh, but Toby style should be in the background. No. What the fuck should Toriel's fire grave? No, we're not doing that. Final firebomb. That's good. Fire chickens, big balls of fire. It should be called Iron Lotus is good. Big Mama Cheater. Final Fire Tomb. How about this? How about we do Lotus Inferno? How about that? That sounds very anime. Take this, Lotus Inferno. Final Hamon, no. Oh my god, this is so peak. I should play A Mother's Love. That's probably... I'm gonna play that next. Give me a second, chat. Lotus Inferno sounds more anime. I feel like Lotus Inferno is like more Bleach. Like, you know, like, this is also very anime. Saroba. Take this, Lotus Inferno! She screamed. She roared. Birdly then cracked his masculine knuckles. This has to be animated and voice acted by different people. Real? What the fuck is going on? Lotus, he lost the focus. Create a team. Okay, he cracked his masculine knuckles by flexing his hands before moving them in front of his face in a diamond formation. This is the power of true love. Diamond formation. before. This writing is so fire my skin burnt off. Phantom's a prison and we're the only ones that's free. This is giving me penumbra. Should Birdley's attack literally just be called Penumbra Phantasm? I feel like that'd be really funny. Before. Changed to a of a heart. This will be our Bible. Yes, yes, yes. Penumbra Phantasm. This is my true. This is the power. JJK reference. True love. Penumbra Phantasm. Birdley used Penumbra. Penumbra Phantasm. A green energy consumed bird. The fireball rushed toward Birdley with a blinding speed, but he only chuckled. God damn it, now I have to write this all back in lowercase f's. The fireball headed Birdley's doing this all for me. Yes! And the beat drop, legendary. Speed. The fireball headed. This is really fun. Tutorial with blinding speed. But Birdley only. Birdley jockey. Insert a green consumed Birdley as a bright light appeared from his hands, and from it of wind. I want to read this so bad. I love how we got Birdley the Undying as a gust of wind from the entire continent began to aid Birdley and push the blinding light forward. The two met. This is instantly good. Do you think Toby Fox will see? I hope Toby Fox sees this. This is the powered Penumbra Phantasm. Met. And a blinding light shined over all of hometown. The attacks struggled for dominance, pushing against each other. As Birdly and Toriel screamed with all their might. Toby Fox's alt account could be any one of us. How could they possibly calm this down? I feel like Chris is gonna like get like the soul out of the bird cage. Toriel uses the ashes of Birdly's mom to move. Over hometown. Screamed with all their might. Why won't you just die? Toriel, Toriel exploded. Huh. Foolish woman. Foolish woman. Don't die. They respawn. Just let me win! Chris, don't kill my mom. This is so peak. Birdly has a heartache. Why won't you just die? Toriel exploded. Stirred up all the flame magic she had in a helix formation to support her Lotus Inferno. Foolish woman. Gamers don't. This shit is mid. I'm not included. Chris's mom died. Toriel blew up his... No. No one's dying. No one's dying. Birdly cackled as he used the winds of the entire planet to keep her variety is a slice of life. Try ultra kill one day. Standing here. Okay. To keep Toriel's flames at bay. Mortified, Chris ran back up into their room, still drenched in flames, and went over to that rusty, stained bird cage they kept inside of it. Inside was that eldritch ass wipe. How often do you make fanfic like this? I want to do this shit all the time. What is the context of all that? Okay. So I'm going to explain this. Okay, so this fic started out with Chris writing a SoundCloud rap and Birdly sending Sigma aura edits to it. Then Noelle beat the shit out of Birdly and Birdly had to go to the hospital. Then Gaster charged Birdly $6,000 for just giving him frozen peas for his concussion. It's been 2 hours, by the way. His power number at... Whatever. Then, so Gaster gets pissed that Birdly can't pay him thousands of dollars. So he throws Birdly out of the hospital. Chris comes in and starts to Chris him up. They play Minecraft together. They start making out. And then Toriel comes home. Holy moly, what was this? This fight lasted so long it outlasted everyone else. Art. What do you mean, art? Eldritch asswipe. Their soul controlled by somebody else. They sighed and decided it was better to have their help. This is art. Peak fiction makes sense. Okay. So. This stream is doing really well, by the way. This stream is doing incredibly well. Penumbra Phantasm. Put this in a museum. I fucking hope so. Nope. But it be too late, as they heard an ear-splitting explosion from outside. Upper hand. This is the new prophecy. This should get an award. I fucking hope this gets an award. Splitting explosion from outside, as the world was drenched in a bright light. When the dust clears. Dear God, there's more. Upper hand. I'm gonna keep going until I get tired. I'm gonna keep. Okay. What page number? We're only at 13. Once we reach page 15, I'll read through the entire thing. I'll read through the entire fucking thing. The dust clears out. The dust clears it. Where the dreamer home once was is now a massive crater. Only page 13. There was a massive crater. The once lush forest surrounding had been reduced to ash. It's a mother's love. I'm gonna link it in chat. Give me a second. Here, I'm linking it. Is Chris okay? Chris is not okay. Their boyfriend and their mom are having a Dragon Ball Z fight. I feel like that is pretty emotionally damaging. Was now reduced to ash. I'm watching Pete. Bro. Would everyone be in the bunker? No. I feel like everyone just goes about their daily lives and then they notice it. Kind of like Dragon Ball Z. Been reduced to ash. Chris grunted. They were knee deep in a pile of ash. And dirt. Somehow they'd hope Chris's boyfriend wins so they can get ice cream together. Will this be released as a PDF? My original plan was to post this on AO3. But, I mean, I guess I can find out how to release this as a PDF. Sure, why not? 44 concurrent viewers! That's the most I've ever had! This is just... Oh, just blinding light with lasers and fire. The soul didn't work. Somehow they survived. They wiped. I like how we went from shitpost flick to fic to slash fic to shonen anime. I like how we've done that, and none of this feels out of the ordinary. They wiped their eyes and looked ahead. There was no sign of either Birdly or Toriel. They had failed. 7. It's perfect. This shit is peak. Also, for the record, I have no idea how to post things on AO3, but it can't be that hard, right? I've read some AO3 fics. I don't think they have that, it's development. Just literally write whatever comes to your mind. I know, this is like amazing. This is like the best shit post ever. And there was no sign of they had failed. Both of them must be. The thought made them tear up. They You know, like a Weird Al cameo? Nah. Continuing to work on my... It's gotta be so freeing. This makes me want to write. Yeah, unironically, you guys should try this. You guys should try writing a fanfiction. Made them tear up. Thought you can imagine their life without Birdly. For him and Toriel, sweet Toriel was their loving mother who you're an inspiration. Writing original stuff is more. Birdly has an unbreakable source of aura. Yeah, I get someone's soul. Okay. Who was there? Who was always there? So surprised Chris Dreamer is in chat and has been watching, for a while. So we'll see all this fold and say okay. Or else he's gonna see this unfold and be like, "You had a Dragon Ball fight? What the fuck?" And then Susie's gonna be bummed out that she missed it. She's gonna be like, "Ah, goddamn. Chris, tell me next time Birdly and your mom decide to fight. I'm totally gonna root for your mom." For them, a somber feeling consumed the air. 95 of this fanfic is going to be a fight scene. I want the fight scene to continue, though. Smash! Suddenly, though for an instant, Birdly and Toriel appeared. Toriel was punching Birdly in the face, and he was it must
It's over. Saw some fan art totally made Jewel fan art where they totally made him an anime boy, and it hurt my heart. Weeaboos hurt my heart.
I have 50 plus viewers. This is amazing. They gave my heart a concussion. There's no way. I kind of want to play some Dragon Ball music, but it's going to get claimed. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Crash. This time.
Oh my god.
Play music from DBZ games then? I don't know any I haven't played any DBZ games. Ugh, dude, just shut up. Birdly hitting Toriel with sweet chin music.
12:25 coming.
Just play DBFZ. How about this? How about this? How about this? DBFZ OST playlist.
Okay, okay. I have a Deltarune fan album if you're interested in streaming that. Oh, okay, link it. I'll shut up for a while and I'll still watch. It was in the fandom mid-2024 and people were arguing left and right.
I have no idea if people are going to get the wrestling references. The sweet chin was hitting Toriel sweet chin music.
Did you believe that Deltarune was going to come out in 2025 or did you never believe it was going to come out?
Play hits theme, it's weird. I'm playing all the themes. I have like a playlist open. This time for an instant was hitting with sweet chin music. Toriel was
I feel like I'm the only person in the world that fucks with Birdly.
I love Birdly. He's one of my favorite characters. But he's also like very easy to make fun of.
Toriel was cringing and
no, that bam.
Birdly's such a lovable chud. Birdly's not even a chud. He's just like a... He's very respectful of his friends.
He's just like... I don't know. I feel like a lot of people interpret Birdly as like a chud because they think that he's a bigot, but he's not.
He's very respectful. Who's up Delting Mayroon? Okay.
Bam. Well, What's the attack this time, Chad? Who's hitting who? This time. Two appeared for roughly 15 seconds. Will you remember us? Obviously. You guys are helping me write this. I don't hate Birdly. Appear for roughly 15 seconds. They were each. What does the police station have to say about this? Okay. We'll get to that later. I want the fight scene to progress a bit. I want the fight scene to begin. They're punching each other's fists. Meeting each jab they threw. Blow for blow. Even in speed. Even in power. With each punch grew a mini shock wave. Birdly is my favorite character in Deltarune, I'm not joking. There's nothing wrong with him, he's just annoying. Okay, give me a second, Chad. I'm gonna take off my belt. Just give me a second. It's kind of digging into me. This is peak fiction. Just read my comment back and I had a stroke reading it. Why? Was it that bad? Mini, fists, speed, with each, punch grew a mini shockwave. Chris couldn't believe their eyes. Birdly and their mother weren't dead. They were still fighting, but moving too fast for the human eye to human, and in parentheses, or monster, eye to see. Really didn't learn the alphabet. The million Firefly. To see. Curdly. Yes, this is a Curdly fanfic. It's the eye to see. Chris gulped. There was little to any hope of stopping the fight now. No love, Curdly. So get 1,000 kudos on AO3. I fucking hope so. I fucking hope so. There was no stopping. There's little to any hope of stopping the fight now. Birdly. His fists and volleyball spiked Toriel to the ground. Toriel hit the ground hard, bouncing back up into the air after making contact with it.
She's writing the prophecy? Yeah. That was Toby not waking up. Write good Deltarune fanfiction.
Alright. Making contact with it. She still landed on her feet. However. Okay, this music is kind of ass, chat. Deltarune chapter rewritten. No, this is Birdley's Awful No Good Very Bad Day. Give me a second. I'm not listening to this. Here, here we go. No. I just want the stage themes. This isn't... I hate when you look up video game OSTs and they're like, let's give you the full OST. And it's like, no. I just want... Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want.
Hit Bardock's theme. Birdley doesn't have the balls. Cooler's missing out. True.
Literally rewritten. Feet, however. She dug her heels into the floor.
During the end of the fight, play finale from Undertale. You should share this document with Toby Foxman. I have to let you rewrite Chapter 7 just for the Curdly fanfic.
I would be so proud. I don't think Toby Fox is definitely influenced by fanfiction.
Peak algorithm pull, yeah.
I've heard that several times. She dug her heels into the floor and gritted her teeth, wiping her mouth of the blood that was now there. Birdley stood in the air, wings crossed. Wings crossed.
How cooked are you when this AO3 gets reposted on Instagram Reels? I don't even have Instagram.
Dude, I want this story to be shared. So I wouldn't really be cooked. Really. The reason why I'm streaming myself writing this is so I can share it with you guys.
This is gonna get famous, I'm calling it. Very specific. Really has testicles and...
Okay. Wings crossed. How did you get so strong? Tutorial. Her anger boiling over into frustration. Birdley cackled.
I might be remember, this is when you get famous. We're watching history right now.
This is the best stream I've ever done. It's been like,
seriously, I need to get my writing game up.
guys, come on. Ugh, I need to rewrite Toriel.
We don't know what Toriel means. Despite the fact that Undertale's been out for 10 years and will correct other video game characters' names.
There, wings crossed. Birdley cackled. You're going to have to try harder than that.
There's so many fics that are just abandoned midway. Yeah, me too.
Try.
Who's Toriel? I've never heard of it. Is it done? No, it's not done. I'm writing it I'm literally writing it right now. Why does Ralph say that Google Docs autocorrects? It's just my voice I use to make fun of people. This is peak. Longest I've made it. It is 9 cut. Wait, how many words is this? How many words? I want to see. Word count. Oh my god. Toriel angrily grunted before stretching her arm out to the side. Okay, what the fuck should this attack be called? What breed of bird is Birdly based on? Just got here. Why are Birdly and Toriel throwing hands? Because Birdly kissed Chris. Daily writing code is help, but they don't get you that wrong. The caption is wrong. It's not terrible. It's beautiful. Okay. I'll change the title. Okay, chat, what should Toriel do? I want her to like create like an array of like little flames to chase Birdly, and then Birdly like flies in an arc and they all like explode behind him. So then Birdly like shoots out some like fires some like wind beams at Toriel, but she like jumps up and uses her martial arts skills. Toriel has some problems with some types of people, it seems. It's the fact that it was Birdly. Yes, Heritage for the Future music. Yeah. Okay. To the side. Rain. Chaos Flame? Nah. I think Rain of the Fireflies works better. Rain of the Fireflies. She. And 1,000 tiny flames appeared. You gotta add some Deltarune references when you mention the name of the OST. Dude, what are you talking about? Birdly's final attack is called Penumbra Phantasm. We already have. This is already like the most Deltarune thing I've ever written. What the fuck are these attack names, dude? I'm trying to. So I've already shared this story on stream. When I left YouTube for 2 years, I wanted to become a comic artist. So like I have some experience in coming up with dumb names, basically. Okay, behind her. Birdly's. And one. Make Mike randomly appear. Birdly is so final that it's his final attack. They're gonna stop fighting when like Chris is like, stop fighting. It's gonna get to the point where they break down and they're just gonna start beating the shit out of each other. Birdly's gonna go back to his base form, and Toriel's gonna be like beaten, and they're just gonna be like punching each other in the face, and like over and over again, like literally, like punching each other, like just in the face over and over again, until Chris like is like, stop it, I love both of you, and pulls them into like a hug. When your gaster blaster gets parried by a freaking bus. Oh yeah, that's the thing. We need more environmental stuff to the fight. So should we expand their fight to the rest of Hometown, basically?
Because we've already established they're faster than the human or monster I can see. Caddy is totally recording all of this. So Birdly changed, and one by one, the tiny flames followed him with speed.
So basically that one scene of Smiling Friends, yes. Stop fighting, I love both of you.
Hometown, Massachusetts. No, I feel like it should be set in Boston. That's funnier. With blinding speed.
Susie is rooting for Toriel.
Susie is currently dating Noelle. They're currently like playing Dragon Blazers. Tiny flames followed with blinding speed.
Birdly flew as fast as he could in a crescent arch form. Interesting. Stop fighting, Chris said calmly. Notch vs. Hero Bird fight scene in an unofficial Minecraft movie when I was 8. Instead of jobbing to the night. Yeah, you're only doing this instead of I'm doing this because I've wanted to do this. Arc formation.
As fast as he could in a crescent arch formation. One.
Exploding behind him in spectacular fashion. Birdly only unscathed. The night I couldn't even do this. I need to act more on crack ideas I come up with outside.
Like, literally just stream writing fan fiction. Unscathed. Okay, Jotaro, I love you, but your theme is going on for, like, ever, dude. I feel like Kakyoin's theme fits Birdly more anyway. Do 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 do. That's not what I picked.
Birdly versus Toriel fight very Deltarune. Make Rouse teleport in, Rouse says 67, then leave. Nah.
Better than Glitch Tail, unironically. I haven't defended any groomers, so. Let's get this. Let's get this.
The anthem of elementary school.
Only barely escaped unscathed.
Breathing a quick sigh of relief. He then...
Whole Nerf's theme is amazing.
We'll get to it later. I think 40 people staring at me, right? Someone like chapters 5 and 6.
Birdly would be a 6-7 enjoyer? Probably not. I feel like Birdly doesn't really understand memes.
Hate from Canada? Took me...
Look. The only way to get better at writing is to continue to write. That's my best advice to give people. And then... he made a slashing motion with his wing and
slash of wind followed in with blind. By the way, can you make Rouse and Chris Yowie? Can you make Rouse and Chris Yowie?
We're making Rouse and Birdly Yowie. That's what we're doing right now. You want Rouse and Chris Yowie? Get in line.
Never been to a city, says extremely inaccurate. Stop spamming. Buddy, you keep spamming, I'm gonna ban you. Bark, bark. Are you fucking barking? Please. Our toothpaste. Ugh. Can you make Krause and Chris Yowie? No. That'll be the next stream mods. Yeah, okay. Rough. Stop barking. It's really cringe. I'm just gonna put you in timeout. I'm gonna put you in timeout for 10 minutes. And if you keep it up, I'm gonna ban you, okay? What, I thought it was Chris and Birdly Yowie. No way. Can you put on Shadow Dio's theme? Sure, after this. What is this fan fiction about? We're about to reread it, so just stay tuned. Oh, with blinding speed. Tutorial. Somehow anticipating the Flash did a triple backflip away from it. I feel like we're losing the plot here a little bit. Can you make Rouse and Chris Yowie? I'd bark about it. I'd bark for Rouse and Chris Yowie. It'd be so cool.
Listen here, buddy. You come onto my stream, and you start barking like a jackass, I'm gonna treat you like a dog. I'm gonna put you out, and I'm gonna fucking take you to the doctor, and the doctor's gonna put you down. So why don't you shut up and calm down?
You should write whatever you want. No. Really was a good choice for main character. Susie and Toriel Yuri. No. Believe it's the same person. Sans and Papyrus Yowie. I'm banning you. Makima moment. I'm mocking. Bro turned to tutorial for a second. In Uber X Star Walker, blood is getting treated like gas or Mr. Beast. Where's the Nancy? What are you doing with? Okay. Guys, we are not picking and choosing what yaoi to write. Okay, it's almost midnight and I'm shouting. Okay, I'm gonna get a noise fucking complaint. Oh, whatever. Did a triple backflip away from it. Did a triple. She looked around. Birdly had vanished. Gasterix Mike, otherwise I leave no modes. I like Curdly. Okay. Birdly had vanished. Toriel knew it was only a matter of time before she felt the taste of blood in her mouth as Birdly kicked her with blinding speed in the stump. She went flying backwards
and landed on the pavement that used to lead to her house, but now led nowhere.
They have infinite accounts. Streamer's pronouns are she, her. Birdly and Asgore Yaoi? No, Birdly's underage. Toriel and Suzy Yuri. I'm not doing that. How out of character can you be until you write someone until it becomes unenjoyable?
I feel like you have to make it. I feel like you have to make it understandable why they're acting out of character. You know what I mean? That's like my rules for it. Obviously, everyone in this fic is acting out of character, but this is a shit post, not meant to be taken seriously. Like, I had my brother come on last stream, and he was like, "Oh, Noelle would hit Birdly with the chair," but like the joke to me, the reason why it's funny is because Noelle would never do that. That's why it's funny to me.
So I don't know. You have to be Suzel side plot. Yeah. Berries are very adaptive, depending on what you write them. I feel like, oh wow, this view has over 1,000 views. I'm not. Yeah, okay. Okay. Chris talking in the lowest voice possible and everyone listens to them. I see the vision, they're gone. Okay. Now live to nowhere. She coughed. Blood now littered her purple school attire, but she didn't care. All felt was pure hatred. Blood, this is so hot. Dude, you keep coming back with accounts and I'm just gonna keep banning you. I'm just gonna keep banning you. Where did Birdly learn to fight? Keep going, the chat's gonna get muted.
Where did Birdly learn to fight? He picked up some skills in like a jiu-jitsu class. He listens to Joe Rogan and he watches UFC. There we go.
Spamton is my son. Thank God he shut. No, I just banned them. And now you keep coming back with new accounts and I'm just gonna keep banning you. Like, okay.
Pure hatred. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Deltarune music because this is kind of distracting me. This is we're kind of losing the plot here. Oh, this is perfect because this is Birdly's theme. Hatred. She felt pure hatred. Birdly appeared again, this time to her right, and as charged a spin kick, she countered with a stiff force palm to his jaw.
Oh my God. Keep coming back. Stop creating. Now, what's going on? I wanted to ask.
What's the status of Jevil in this fic? Jevil, I don't think Jevil's coming back.
I don't know. Maybe we can work him in. Maybe Birdly can go to a dark world.
No. to his jaw. He stumbled back, creating a perfect opening.
Make it so Jevil is the president of the United States. Sounds like Toriel has beef with Birdley here.
Oh, she does. She found him kissing Chris.
Birdley's mom exists. Would she have a...
No, Birdley's mom is like an abusive piece of shit. She would, if anything, she would grab a steel chair and help Toriel.
Just join.
What's the plot so far? Give me a second. We're on page 15. We're halfway through it. We're going to recap it soon. Okay. Creating the perfect opening. Toriel unleashed a flurry of sidekicks into Birdley's torso, finishing off her combo with a high knee to Birdley's beak. Birdley, however, responded with a headbutt to Toriel's face, cracking her nose.
Crane kick. I need water. Go get water.
I feel like the joke here is still funny if it's like a full fight scene. If it's like a full like fight scene. This is like very God damn it. Google Docs is pissing me off.
Anyone from Chris Dreamer? They have arrived at the popcorn. Tech Angels Trust. Oh my god. Who's Tech Angel? Tech Angels Trust only us. Go work on your math homework. You are not an edgy UTTP anti-fur. What the fuck? Trust us. Can you spam my name? Togor Dreamer. Stop spamming. Guys, please stop spamming.
I'm relying on you guys for recommendations and it becomes very annoying and it kind of pisses me off. If you spam, you're gonna get banned. That's just the way it works. Just the way it works. Toriel kills him. Toriel's not gonna kill him. Cracking Toriel, cracking the nose bones of the goat mom. Her nose begins to bleed and Birdley follows it up with a clothesline.
This word was brought to you by Tech Angels. Seriously. Okay, fine, dude. You want to get banned? Fine, you're getting banned. What if Birdley throws a fent and Toriel throws something brick-shaped?
A brick-shaped brick. Okay, that'd be good. That'd be good. That'd be good. That'd be good. I kind of want some Baki-ass nonsense. A clothesline. Follows up with a clothesline. Toriel falls to the ground and Birdley preps an axe
kick in response. Toriel knew, however, that if Birdly landed that blow, it would be all over.
Sure was brought to you by Tech Angels. Please stop spamming. Please stop spamming. Toriel's despair opens a dark world and a journey of acceptance. Sure was... Okay, stop spamming.
This is your final warning. If you keep spamming, you're gonna get banned. I'm sorry. Clap. Toriel clapped her palms.
Okay, I'm gonna ban you again.
Okay. Toriel clapped her palms together, and when she opened them, a fiery vortex was created.
What should this attack be called? What should this attack be called, chat? My stomach hurts now. Why does the dark place go so hard? This rate was brought to... Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking ban you again. You should make Birdly lose, and then Chris runs to Birdly in tears like it's emotional, and... Yeah, maybe I will do that, maybe. Ooh, a vortex. This... generic or...
Ultimate flame? No, that's
Fiery vortex was created.
Hell laser. How about heck laser?
Because this is Toriel.
Oh no, wait. Whirling fire of hell. Whirling fire of hell goes hard. Whirling fire of hell, she whispered, and suddenly Birdly was in a spiral of flames. Like a
Inferno of absolute heat, crispy chicken.
This chicken's about to get absolutely crispy. Vacuum against it. Give Toriel
She only plays Brawl Stars and Clash Royale. Bluebird of Misfortune.
What is this? The Bluebird of Misfortune said. Birdly getting fire-gramed. Give up.
It'll surround you until your dying days.
He was deep fried misfortune.
Oh, right. I misspelled it, sorry. I'm making so many till your dying days, she explained. Oh.
Birdly tutorial fights Birdly because of it. This turns into a creepypasta. Something that might be the next bit. That might. I wanted Chris and Noelle to fight because Noelle was the one who hit Birdly with a steel chair, and that's what sent him to the hospital. And obviously, Chris is madly in love with Birdly, so Chris is going to take that personally and take this bitch to WrestleMania. That's how I view this. Will you be dropping this doc soon? I'll be... No. It's PEAK Twin. I'm shedding a tear. Anti-sleep appearance. How many pages are we? We're 16 pages on. Okay. We're 16 pages on. Oh, is that all? Birdly. And with a whoosh of wind, yes, please, that'd be perfect. Any second now. Yes, please, that'd be perfect. You mean, we're at 1225 views. Drop the box, it would expose like an expose piece. No, calm down. A whoosh of wind. Attack was gone. How? Tutorial asked. I am master of the turbulent wind. Okay, that's enough references for now. Let's read through the whole thing. Yes, mama. Comedy equals tragedy time. Okay, Chris, stop playing that shit on the piano. I'm gonna wait till this is over and then I'm gonna read it. Has someone died? No. Will this be on fanfic sites? I want to post this to AO3. Okay. We're gonna read through the entire thing up to the point we have written to catch everyone else up. We are 3 hours into stream. Okay. It was a cold and brisk night. Birdly sat alone as usual on his elegant gamer pad. As he sat in his swivel chair, he thought to himself while scrolling through Instagram Reels, "Be thrilled to earth." Yet he kept doom scrolling anyway. He, like many others, had nothing better to do. He had finished all of his games in his Steam library. All of his homework was done in a breeze. So alone Birdly sat, scrolling in the dead of night, until a ping from his phone. Mythical homepage bull. Until a ping from his phone. It was a SoundCloud notification, which was a surprise to Birdly. I feel like this should be a comma. Birdly had only downloaded SoundCloud on his precious mobile gaming device for a certain someone. He tapped the notification, confusion bubbling under his blue feathered head. It was a song by Moss Eater 1987 named Gamer's Delight. How do I send Birdly a reel? The fuck did I stumble upon? Just stay. Gerson Boom is talking. Everyone shush. Okay. Named Gamer's Delight. Eager, Birdly tapped play for a listen, and yet moments later, he dropped his phone in shock. It was the best thing he had ever heard, and he didn't even like rap music. Yet somehow, Chris's silent, deadpan voice really lent itself really well to mumble rap. Birdly was impressed. He knew Chris had a talent for music, but this was something else. Filled with inspiration, no, determination. This now becomes foreshadowing for the epic Dragon Ball Z fight. That's crazy.
Birdley decided to find some peak aura edits to send to Chris, and that's when he saw the best Patrick Bateman and Sigma edit he had ever seen. Chris mumble rapping. He sent it to Chris to show how much aura the rap had given him, and with one tap of his feathered finger, he sent it. This shit is ass. A reply immediately had been sent. This was a massive shock to Birdley. He thought that since Chris was a gamer, they'd understand being an alpha, but clearly hanging out with Susie had turned them into a beta cuck. How could such a good rapper not understand that being an alpha, no, being Sigma, is all that mattered? And so Birdley, gripping his phone, tightly wrote, Dear Chris Kringle, you clearly don't understand the importance of being an alpha. Birdley huffed and puffed. It was clearly the best response he had ever written, and yet, Alpha D's nuts in your mouth, Chris responded exactly 1 second later. Birdley started to tear up. He had been completely destroyed, and if he responded again, it would be he who was the beta and not Chris. He booted up his gaming PC and decided to vent on 4chan. I can't read this as a straight face. I can feel her smiling. Why'd you give Birdley it's not a Dracula voice, it's a lisp. Until he decided to until he drifted off in the seat. That night he dreamed of the Joe Rogan experience. Alright. Chris has some fast fingers. Specifically being on the Joe Rogan experience, talking about how much he loved hunting, women, non-women, and Saudi Arabia in that order, and Joe simply nodded in complete submission to his godly aura. It was a nice, thought-provoking conversation that made all the viewers happy they had witnessed it. No one would ever forget him again. Discord mod accent. Okay. He awoke to the sound of birds chirping and other birds chirping in the morning. Birdley was disheartened that his epic dream was over. A single, manly tear rolled from his face onto the pillow. He stretched his wing out in front of his face, made a fist, and said, "Someday." But all dreams end eventually.
I think it'd be funny if some point the characters freak out who's a dragon Blazer sees better. The only fight I've ever written is Gasser versus Mom Donnie. What the fuck? Who's the alpha here? Birdley. Birdley got out of bed and took a shower, applying extra pizza deodorant as he did. He put on his favorite pair of cargo shorts and his least favorite white button-up shirt and got ready for the day. In the mirror, he slicked back his cobalt feathers and then pointed at the mirror, making a clicking sound with his tongue. He looked like a real alpha male. As Birdley walked into class, he saw Noelle and Susie talking about something. It must have been coercion. Why else would Noelle talk to Susie? Birdley heroically put himself in between the two girls. He stretched a wing in front of Noelle. Birdley thinks Jake Paul could win a fight. True. Sorry, Susie. Try again another day. He would definitely gain aura for this. What the hell are you doing? Susie responded. Need to fix the punctuation. Stopping you from harassing Paul Noelle, he said. Blood smells like pepperoni. Beg your pardon, what have I walked onto? An alpha male? Okay.
Bro, we were just talking about Dragon Blazers. What is your damage? Susie asked, more annoyed than confused.
Listen, you're on thin ice, pal. Birdley responded by pushing up his glasses as he did. Birdley then stretched out a feather hand and blushed. Susie and Noelle are lesbians with each other. Yes, they are. This is amazing. Listen, Susie, you don't have to be the bad guy. We can have a friendship and understanding. What do you say?
What the actual fuck are you talking about?
Susie asked at her limit for bird-brained bullshit. Birdley just stood there, hand outstretched with a patient smile.
Holy shit!
Susie screamed. It was Noelle, who at the last minute had picked up a steel chair and bashed Birdley over the skull with it. Birdley collapsed on the floor, holding his now concussed head. Deltarune the movie. Shakespeare got nothing on this. Like, Birdley... Did the anime trouble closing his eyes and smiling?
Shut up!
Noelle said through heavy breaths.
God damn!
Susie said in excitement. Noelle dropped the chair and blushed, holding her hands behind her back. So, you wanna come over next Tuesday? Noelle said, trying her best not to stutter. Tuesday, fuck that, let's go now, Susie said with a toothy grin. Susie then grabbed Noelle's hand and made her ditch class with her. Birdley sat on the floor in pain. He was pretty sure he had a concussion, but what was worse is that Noelle had succumbed to the dark side and become a heel. It must be Susie's bad influence. The Noelle voice is cute. Oh, that's... Oof. Birdley managed to pull himself off the floor. His head was screaming at him. Someday he would get back at them. Someday. No, this is just an unused OST. Timing with the music is peak. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Chris. Very abrupt change. This is just the unused version of the story. It's TV time. Hi, TV time, Dana. You okay? Chris asked, incredibly concerned. Birdley wasn't sure if it was brain swelling or blood rushing to his face, but he started to blush before patting down his clothes and saying, Of course, Chris, I'm a real alpha. A simple test thought won't take me out. Gamers don't die, they respawn, numbskull. Yowie. Okay. Got all the Yowie fans now that we have Curdley on screen. Birdley simply ignored the it seems the only real numbskull here is you. I feel like here is you. There we go. They said sarcastically. Birdley simply ignored the comment and walked to his seat, or at least he tried to before he stumbled to his feet. So what if I have a concussion? I'm an alpha, he said before passing out. Hey, am I in this story? No, sorry, Tana, you're not in this story. When he woke up, oh god, it's the hospital scene. I need to prepare myself, chat. Why are you still doing it? Because it's funny. When he woke up, he was in the hospital. Beside him was a tall yet melted skeletal figure. He wore a black suit under his lab coat. Beneath him was a turtleneck sweater, and his eyes had cracks on one side going up and the other side going down. He smiled as Birdley awoke. Good day, Mr. Avian, the doctor said. Birdley was confused. Why wasn't he at school? Where was Chris? Oh my god, Gasser, that's too good. So, it just categorized as politics and news. It's not. It's categorized as gaming. Where am I? Birdley asked. You are at the hospital. A concerned classmate carried you here after you fell. The doctor explained. He picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it. I need more coffee. It was only then that Birdley noticed the massive holes in his hands, and the doctor noticed him staring. Please do not be concerned. My hands were injured some time ago. Dedication to the writing style. I feel like it'd be funnier if it was like this. Really accurate Gaster writing style. Is it true that the knight is actually Karl Marx, or is it a different knight? Okay. We're at 67 concurrent viewers. This is the most viewed stream I've ever done, by the way. Birdley felt ashamed for asking. This man was so humble. He must be a good person. Alright. You had little figures of... If I had little burger... I like the stream. Okay, by the way, like the stream. Like the stream. It helps me out a lot. Please like the stream. Please like the stream. Now, on the topic of payment, your injury was pretty difficult to deal with. No, I'm watching this with my full family. Oh my... Tato X Carol Holiday Peak Yuri, not the... Okay. American healthcare system. Birdley felt the bag of frozen peas on his head. They were room temperature. How much? He asked, cringing at the thought. $6,453.99. The doctor said with a grin of glee. Berdley's jaw dropped. He didn't have that much money, and his mom wasn't going to use all of her hospital coupons on this. Berdley was fucked. Like the streamer, Sophia will be deprived of water. It's true. Room temperature, okay. I'm so sorry, I can't afford that. The doctor's face fell. For whatever reason, he assumed he'd be getting thousands of dollars from a high school student over a lukewarm bag of peas. Hospital coupons? Hospital. Oh god. My own writing. It always makes me laugh. Without warning, Berdley's soul was turned blue and he felt the gravity more harshly now, collapsing into his hospital bed. The doctor now looked at it with pure rage. Gaster the grifter. It's gonna be $67,000. God damn it. Get the fuck out of my hospital. Will this masterpiece be released when it's done? 67 viewers. Doctor shows, am I right? Whoa. My hospital was the funniest fucking thing to me for so long. Average US hospital, true. You can tell he's a doctor because he's using peas and not carrots. Without warning, Berdley was thrown into the air, the doctor making sure to slam him into multiple walls. Voice acting is fire. Mythic stream pole, yes. Crack. Berdley heard the drywall crack under his weight before the doctor snapped his fingers and flung Berdley through the hospital doors. Berdley landed outside on his ass, still in the hospital gown they had put him into. Miraculously, the peas were still on top of his head. All things considered, today went pretty well. Oh, fuck, I forgot that he was wearing a hospital gown. I forgot that he was... Okay, we're gonna have to change that later on. Can't believe you leaked Deltarune a pinball. My hospital. How much is get? The fuck is this? Berdley surviving? How is Berdley surviving this shit? Alright. Okay. Berdley landed outside on his ass, still in the hospital gown they put him into. Miraculously, the peas were still on top of his head. All things considered, today went pretty well. How long has she been streaming? For 3 hours. Berdley's just built different. Berdley considered his options. He could either go home and tell his mother about the hospital debt and get a beer bottle thrown at him for his troubles, or he can become homeless and live in the alleyway. He had remembered Susie said something about free milk. Berdley decided that option 3 would be the best. What was option 3? Simple. He would simply doom scroll Instagram Reels until he thought of a better idea. Suddenly, he felt the bag of peas being taken off his head. It was Chris. Chris opened the bag of peas and shoved a fistful of them down their throat. How you doing, Tiger? Chris asked. Berdley took a break from doom scrolling. I think the hospital stole my clothes. Oh damn, couldn't pay your debt, huh? No, unfortunately not. Also, I think I have another concussion. Okay. Berdley responded, cool. Chris said with a thumbs up. Chris would eat the peas. Berdley had had it with this nonchalant demon. Were they actually going to help him, or were they going to make fun of him like always? These voices are making my day. What? Chris sounds like so emo to me. I'm sorry. It's canon. Anyway, want to play Minecraft? They asked, eating another handful of peas. It wasn't like Berdley had anything better to do. So he got himself off the pavement and walked with Chris to Chris's house. The lush forest surrounded the quaint 2-story house. I can't what? Chris eats the Kit Kat side, the emote rebellion, and Goon's wrong. What the fuck?
This is getting close to the hard concussion line. This is crazy. This is crazy. The light is running low. Okay, I gotta lock in. The lush forest surrounded a quaint two-story house. Chris opened the door with a keychain on their phone. It had been so long since Birdley had been to the Dreamer house. Back then, Noelle and him would come over and play Super Smashing Fighters with Chris and Azriel. Those were the days. Nowadays, Noelle beat him with a chair and Chris was a SoundCloud rapper. Actually, it wasn't that different. Sweetheart from Memoria's Queen Yuri? No. We're not doing cross series fix. We're not doing that. It's a lot better than gooning, and that says a lot. Thank you, I guess. Mi casa es su casa, Chris said. I don't speak Japanese, Birdley responded. Chris rolled their eyes and pulled out a dusty Xbox 360 with two chewed-up controllers. Birdley had forgotten that Chris enjoyed the savory taste of Xbox controllers. Chris turned it on, but the Xbox flashed the red ring of death on its LED wheel. Gay Deltarune is equally 50 climaxes, please. Birdley needs to distort. This is a wonderful idea, though. What the fuck? God fucking damn it, Chris screamed as they picked up the console and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of it. They hit the console with a drop kick and it shattered into a million pieces. Then Chris sat beside Birdley. Microsoft, am I right? Chris said nonchalantly. That's why ERAM was so bad. ERAM was a fucking Xbox. I'm more of a Nintendo guy myself. That's not punctuated correctly. Birdley said, "No, okay, this is good. This is good." Exactly 4 seconds had passed between the two, and with nothing being said. Birdley looked at the remains of the once proud 7th generation console, now destroyed on the floor. It was fitting in a weird way. Perhaps that was the end goal of all living things, to be beaten to death by an emo kid. By an emo SoundCloud rapper. Okay. Don't get too political with that Nintendo comment. What? Want a glue sandwich? They asked, their face lighting up. Birdley wasn't sure if it was the double concussion or the strange feeling in his stomach, but for whatever reason he said, "Sir, there's no way this day can get any worse. Hoping and praying that we'll get a Chris the SoundCloud rapper. This shit is so fire." Oh god. Chris smiled at the light and put on an oversized apron. They first took 4 slices of bread and put Elmer's glue on each slice, and then a fresh piece of toilet paper on the middle, and voila, 2 glue sandwiches. Chris put them both on a plate and brought them back to the couch. Birdley had gulped. He had never partaken in this delicacy before. Chris be eating anything? He was more than a little nervous. He looked at Chris. Chris smiled back before unhinging their jaw and biting into the sandwich with an 80 psi bite. Birdley looked at Chris with awe. Chris still eats crayons. I still eat crayons. If Chris can do it, I can do it too. I'm an alpha, Birdley reasoned to himself before he picked up the sandwich with both hands and some crumbs fell into his lap. Despite the fact that it smelled like ranch, it did not actually taste like ranch. In fact, it was kind of bad. Birdley coughed loudly. Chris just continued to eat, ignoring Birdley's rude coughs. Jesus, that was awful, Birdley said in between coughs. They're that one kid that eats ants off the sidewalk. How strong is Chris's immune system? The fuck is this, and why does it need to be written like this so peak? This is my fan fiction, Birdley's awful, no good, very bad day. Chris shrugged. The fact that they were eating anything remotely close to a sandwich was worthy of high praise. Chris gulped the last bite down and said,
I believe you mean acquired taste, Chris said with a smile. Berdly scoffed. If by acquired you mean at better took cousin than sir, he said with a little laugh. He intended to mock Chris, perhaps get them back for all the times they had pissed him off, but instead the human let out a little giggle. Okay. Here's where we get to like the yaoi parts, chat. I know you're excited for that. Chris invest in Grammarly. Sure, for next stream I'll put in Grammarly. The thing is, Grammarly pisses me off. Berdly kisses Chris sharing the glue from the sandwich. Oh no, we're not there yet. Chris is like one of my friends managed to convince me to eat my whole class to eat tissues. What the fuck? Dude. No. Chris inched closer on the couch. I don't think I'm that bad at cooking. Chris immediately looked into Berdly's eyes. Berdly looked away. He started to sweat. Why was he sweating? It was only Chris. Yeah, just Chris. Well, as I recall, I came over to play some Minecraft, and so far I've only eaten crap. I just got fucking ads. Yes, yaoi, that excites me. When is next stream? When I decide. I only streamed today because I didn't make enough progress on the video. Pretty much. So whenever that happens next. Oh, I'll be right... They frowned before seeming to remember something. Oh, I'll be right back. Chris ran to their room for a second. Berdly was left there thinking of how Chris looked at him. He wasn't sure why, but his face felt warm. Chris ran down the stairs with the Leapfrog iPad in hand. We can play Minecraft on this. Berdly was amazed. Chris had managed to play Minecraft on a Leapfrog. Perhaps Berdly was wrong about them. That was a real alpha move. I'm waiting for this. They cuddle, spreading glue everywhere. Damn it, Chris, you got it everywhere. Shut up! Shut up! That's terrible! Minecraft. That's what they call it in... That's what they call it in Deltarune. They call Minecraft Minecraft. Chris sat close to Berdly this entire time and turned on the Leapfrog and booted up Minecraft Pocket Edition. And they handed the tablet over to Berdly. No, this is peak writing. Okay. You don't want to play? Berdly asked. No, I'd rather watch you play, Chris said, blushing, their chestnut-colored hair behind their ear. Their crimson eyes now fully visible to the blue bird. They flickered like embers. It was sort of beautiful. Chris was an iPad again? It's peak. Lose a free trial of Noel eggnog juice. No. That... Hell no. Stop right there. Time out, buddy. Does Chris prefer Bedrock or Java? Chris probably plays Java because that's probably what Berdly plays. Berdly's chest felt tight. It was distracting. Luckily, he had a distraction from that distraction and started a new world and immediately started mining clay. What are you doing? Chris asked. I like building brown bricks with Minecraft, Berdly said with a toothy grin. Chris tried not to laugh, but as they did, they got even closer. Well, they placed the beds next to each other for sure. Just joined a peak idea, a restaurant called Gaster Eats. Gaster already showed up. He's like the doctor. I just know these fuckers use Linux. Berdly uses Linux. I'd like to build something of my own, Chris said while caressing Berdly's face. This is Riz. Berdly has teeth. This is canon. This is canon. Berdly has teeth. Wish I could romance like that. Whoa. Yes. Their gazes locked. Berdly wanted desperately to look away, but did not. Chris? Berdly asked. Let's just say you gave my heart a concussion, Chris laughed. Berdly burst out laughing. Good one, Chris. You almost got me. The Chris. Birdley wiped away a tear from his eye. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. As if Chris would ever want to, he thought.
Breaking news, Shakespeare goes bankrupt. Susie said they're good at flirting. The gays are locked. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Okay.
He was interrupted by a warm feeling on his lips. He opened his eyes. It was Chris kissing him on the lips. It's a dumb joke. A million thoughts raced through Birdley's head. All of them seemed pointless. No. He closed his eyes and pulled Chris in.
Off topic, but I wrote about Miku for an essay and got 100%. That's awesome. This is way worse than I thought in a good way.
Slam. Slam. Hey, Chris, honey, you weren't at school, so I assume, a familiar maternal voice said, before Toriel dropped her purse and held her hands over her mouth in horror.
Do we get to kill Sans?
No, Birdley doesn't die. Birdley gave a thumbs up in response to their mother's horrified look and went back to kissing Birdley. Birdley, however, felt a deep pit of despair in his chest when I feel like that needs a comma. He knew Toriel. The woman did everything in her power to avoid him, and now he was on her couch kissing her child. He could sense another brain injury coming, and this was bad. He needed to leave.
Sending this to the group chat.
Yes. There was a problem. This was bad. He needed to leave, but there was a problem. He kind of really enjoyed kissing Chris.
We should be inspired to write our own fanfics following this. Yes, you should.
So, the concussed bluebird deep-seated... So to the concussed bluebird, the deep-seated fear felt subsumed by the fact that he was an alpha gamer. That he, an alpha gamer, got... I feel like this joke kind of got to actually kiss someone before his 40s. And last was Toriel. At last was Toriel.
Where's Togor in all of this? Togor's dead.
I think last stream, someone was like, Togor is in the walls. Togor is like, his skeleton is in the walls or whatever.
Birdley graduated from Cussler's University. Should write a Curly fanfic, but I have mediocre writing skills besides my English isn't my first language.
Look, the only way to get better at writing is to keep writing. It's true. The only way to get better at writing is to keep writing. Forgot the period where... Oh, God damn it. Why'd you wake up right now? It's like midnight. Really? Really? You woke up just to dig into the bed and then, like, go back to sleep. Cool. Walgore, make the Roaring Night Lancer no. At last was Toriel. What? 1 million emotions went through her soul. Million emotions went through her soul. Emotions like rage, fear, forlorn, and a weird sense of nostalgia even. Where's WD? WD Gaster is the doctor who kicked Birdley's ass.
Gaster, for fiction writers don't have to worry as much when crap at writing.
Want to write a random Deltarune Yuri fic in broken French because I barely know half the language. Is Flowey here yet? No. Watch some character analysis videos and watch... That's what I usually do before short stories. I made a character analysis video on Susie. It's pretty good. You should watch it, guys. Anyway, nostalgia even. She was happy that Chris found somebody for a while. It seemed that Chris would die alone at the age of 36 selling narcotics. This was good news? No, it couldn't be. Across from her precious child, her innocent child, was him. That annoying piece of shit, Birdley. How she had rejoiced the days of him coming over to play video games were over. How she had avoided paying her library debt just to avoid seeing his punchable face. And now he had the audacity to come into her house in a hospital gown no less and corrupt her sweet innocent child. That son of a bitch would pay. It's really funny. Please capitalize all the names, please, please, please. Oh, that'd take forever. Okay. We'll do it after we're done reading. We'll do it after we're done. Tutorial, I hate. Didn't mean to send that base tutorial. Okay, back to 67 viewers. The room felt at least 20 degrees warmer. Toriel picked up her purse, gripping it until her knuckles were white, and then she took a step. The floor, still littered with Xbox shards, cracked underneath her foot. Birdley looked on in terror. Instinctively, his flight responses were telling him that he needed to leave or else his hospital debt would be even higher. He pulled away from Chris with a look of genuine terror on his face. Toriel just joined Toriel Hates Gamers. No, Toriel hates Birdley. How dare she? Toriel cracked her neck by tilting it to the side. At once, years of strength training became visible to the poor teenage boy. Kiss your way out of this one, you reprobate, Toriel said as a deep foreboding tone. Oh, fuck. Just then... Okay, I love how this became Dragon Ball Z, but... Just then, Birdley felt true fear for the first time. These were not the words of a kind old woman, but one look at her face, he knew that she meant every single word. Reprobate, Someone in chat suggested it. It was better than Bird Brain. It's also more Toriel-like to say. Wait, reprobate is a slur? No, it's not. I'm gonna look this up. Reprobate slur. It's a serious slur against Southerners. Are you throwing up on my fucking bed, you stupid dog? Yeah, you better stop. That's not a slur. Switch the music to the dead theme. Reprobate is in Rogue. No, it's not a slur. Okay. I meant like a made-up slur. This tutorial is not going to call Birdley a slur. Wait, is it? No, it's not! Okay. Okay. Birdley is Southern though? No. Even if it is a slur, you should keep it, no. At what point does Birdley get his clothes back? This is a good stream. I agree. Kiss your way out of this one, you reprobate. Toriel said it, and I feel like Toriel does not use contractions. I feel like she would be like, out of. Just then, Birdley felt true fear for the first time. These were not the words of a kind old woman, but one look at her face, he knew that she meant every single word. You worm eater. My dad just came in and asked what I was watching. What do I tell him? Tell him you're watching Peak Fiction. Chris turned to their mother, feeling her uncharacteristic rage in the air, and said, "Oh, hey, Mom, this is Bradley. Can you stay over for the night?" The night? Bradley repeated, a growing feeling of red on his face. Chris, go to your room. Toriel said in a voice just loud enough to be heard. It was clear that she was at her limit. But, Mama, Chris started but was cut off.
This is so peak. I need to sleep. Good night, gang. Okay, it's fine. But it's almost 2 a.m.
Oh my god. Do as you're told before I lose what little self-control I have left. Toriel screamed, and the entire house shook in terror. Chris was shocked. Their mother had never raised her voice at them before. It felt scary, like this woman they had known their entire life has changed. And without saying a word, they left for the stairs, leaving Berdly alone.
Berdly should say, excuse me, can I get my clothes back before getting punted?
No, but the hospital has his clothes.
How's the mimic? How's the mimic? Yo, 73 watching.
Could be the most streamed this could be the most viewed fucking video I have if I keep streaming. This is a Dragon Ball reference, as I explained. It's what Goku says to Gohan when he becomes Super Saiyan for the first time. Oh, where's my Rudy X Asgore pal? Wait, is this Snowgrave Root? No, it's not. Toriel screamed, and the entire house shook in terror. Chris was shocked. Leaving Berdly alone. Okay. Toriel's going Dragon Ball, and Berdly was in a hospital gown. Miss Dreamer, I'm terribly sorry. Berdly started to explain himself, but was cut off by Toriel's hand gripping itself like a python around his neck. No. You, she uttered in a deep guttural tone. If Berdly could, he'd gulp. Toriel lifted him up by the neck, so they were eye to eye. Dreamer is spelt wrong. No, it's spelt right. Dreamer has 2 R's.
Never come to this house again.
Venom leaking from her mouth as she said it. If Berdly could only explain himself. If Berdly could only tell her how much he cared for Chris. But then he would have been cut off again anyway.
Never speak to Chris again.
What did Berdly even do? Berdly kissed Chris. She said, barely containing her righteous fury. That you...
Never.
No, I already said that.
Never speak to Chris again.
Her grip brightening even harder, as if it was becoming hard to breathe. She lifted Berdly up over her over her head before choke slamming him through the couch. The dusty old couch smashed into smithereens. Quite would love this. Who the fuck is, like, the commentary YouTuber? A piece of wood jammed itself into Berdly's side, drawing blood, but that only made Toriel see red. She clasped the fist tightly, and then looked straight down at Berdly, reeling in pain before launching rapid fire. She clasped the fist tightly, and then another, and looked straight down at Berdly, reeling in pain before launching a rapid-fire volley of punches at the downed bird. Her tip, I'm crying, this is so peak. Chris, I am very Berdly phobic. Oh my god. I'm watching History in full. This is the most fucking viewed stream I've ever done. Please subscribe if you want to see more of this shit. Carol and Toriel Yuri. I might do one of those. I feel like Carol and Toriel is like one of the funnier crack ships. Berdly felt every blow. It must have been at least 1,000 before his body went numb. Each blow felt like an explosion of pain. Blood splattered on the walls. He felt his hollow bones cracking underneath her attack.
Toriel, you're already done. I'm so... Okay, please stop. Okay, I'll...
The entire house shook. The floor cracked, creating a crater where Toriel stood over Birdly. He was gasping for air. He was covered in blood. His ribs were shattered, and he probably had a third concussion. He grabbed Toriel's leg, begging for mercy, but she showed him none. With a look of absolute disgust, she kicked Birdly through the wall of the house.
This is actually so well written. I'm crashing on... Ribs shattered. Did Falco kiss Chris Dreamer from Fortnite? Yes, the music is not helping.
Carol, no, I feel like the way to do that would be like they're like bitter exes until like Toriel gets like drunk and then like kisses Carol and then like they wake up and they're in like the same bed and it's like and they're like, fuck, what do we do now?
That's how you do it. Why is the music so peaceful while this is happening? Birdly is not capitalized. It's currently here. The music makes this better. What do you mean? Seeing stars, original stars, add size 1 to the random... Okay.
Guys, calm down. Calm down, okay? Birdly slid against the grass outside, piling it up behind him. Birdly was seeing stars. He could not get up out of the grassy hole he was now in. He coughed up blood, looked to the floor, fearing that it might be the end, but then he felt a warm feeling above. It was Toriel mustering up all of her magic power she had into one massive fireball that was consuming the wall of her house. It looked like a tiny sun in the palm of her hand. It was about the size of a yoga ball. Yoga ball. It pulsated. Light of justice.
Why tears are running down my leg? No! Chicken nuggets for dinner. Make Toriel's hands red.
Terrified, Birdly stumbled to his feet. He couldn't feel his left wing, so he just clutched the right one into a fist. Mustering magic of his own, he felt the winds of the north, the east, the west, and the south. Oh, oops. Come together. His feathered... His feathers ruffled in the wind as a new feeling of determination was deep within the bluebird.
Wait, there's more?
Go, Birdly. Yeah, Birdly got his... No, he couldn't let Toriel win and push him around. He had been beaten all day, first by his supposed best friend, then by a charlatan of a doctor, and now by Chris's mom. The concussion stirred his brain. He shouldn't be able to think, let alone stand. Think, but... Okay, but among his bloodied and bruised face, he can only think of one thing. I need to win. The subcon... What the fuck did I write? The should-be what the fuck? Oh, he should be unconscious. He should be unconscious. But he should be unconscious. But he was not a lesser monster who would have been dusted by those attacks. His courage, his grit, his power, and yes, his enjoyment of kissing Chris all filled him with a new feeling.
Kissing Chris at this tutorial is old. How could she be I'm an alpha gamer.
He smiled. The winds grew wilder around him, forming into a tornado around him. God damn it. Immersing him within the wind, and suddenly, he could feel his left wing again. His ribs were intact. His brain felt clear, and there was no more blood. His glasses had been turned into a cool visor. I'm gonna change this. The torn hospital gown he was wearing. He really enjoyed that kiss. He went God tier, super birdly. The SMR really got here. The transformed itself. A long white cape. An iron like sleeveless chest plate with an emblem of Falco on it.
Yo, streamer, do we have permission to turn it into an RPG Maker game when it releases? Yes! Please do! Please do. This would... Dude, please. Please.
With an emblem of Falco on it. And his legs were wrapped in leather pants and knee-high wrestling boots. He looked like a real gamer.
Transformed into a... They should kiss again. They're gonna... Someone has to make an animation of this, especially the fight scene. Chris kissed Birdley and they will again. Transform, please kiss animation. Okay. Trans Birdley?
Maybe not for this fic. We can... I find Trans Birdley really funny, I'm not gonna lie. He looked like a real gamer. I'm gonna be honest. It's also, like, really sweet. I feel like if you did, like, a Curdly fic, and then, like, it was, like, Birdley, after being around Chris for so long, realized that he was trans. I feel like that'd be kind of sweet, you know what I mean?
This fic, can someone please trace Mario kiss sloppy animation for this fic? Oh god, please. It'd be so peak.
Toriel grunted, her rage now consuming her 100-fold. Veins became visible on her head. The size of the fireball tripled, consuming the backside of the house and setting it on fire. As the inferno swelled, Chris ran down the stairs. "Mom, the house is on fire." But Chris was already silenced by the scene before them. Toriel had become a slave to her rage, being consumed by the ever-potent toxin of hatred, and in front of her was the warrior of light, a true alpha male. Birdley, in a new form. And wait, was he wearing guy liner? Chris was overwhelmed by the sight of such a handsome paladin, but also felt pure dread. Their dearest mother and beloved squaring off in a fight to the death.
Her too. Oh my god, Toriel. I want Cruzy. Cruzy fans rise.
Hell no.
Does not go as hard as I can't believe it came from a YouTube stream.
I'm not writing Cruzy.
The house is burning. Stop ore farming.
Wait, Chris screams, holding out their hand to their mother, but it was too late. Toriel fired her attack. Birdly wrote that paragraph. Feed the Cruzy fans. Fuck no. Why? Why? What would I gain from feeding you people? All you people want is to be bullied until your bully becomes your best friend. That's all you want, really? That's all you want, dude. This is after chapter 4, yes. You think Chris ever came out as non-binary because it would funny? No. Hey, what's going on? Stop fighting. Absolute peak. Would you consider Krause? I don't... I like Curdly because it's funny. This is actually... No, this is post chapter 4. Okay. Okay, whatever. Take this... No, wait.
Take this, Lotus Inferno!
She roared. The fireball headed towards Birdly with blinding speed, but Birdly only smirked in response. Birdly the crack. I can't get over how fucking insane this is. Birdly sounds like the cereal in the best kind of way because it's funny. Chapter 5 leaked. My earphones were up to the volume. Okay. Would you write a Suzelle-centered fic? Only if it was really funny. Cruziel is a good... No. God, the thought of... Okay. Okay, like kayfabe off. I really don't like Chris L. Because it's either the most boring shit in the world or, like, actually gross. There's no in between. I have never read a Chris L fic that was not either the most boring shit in the world or gross. So, no. If you want a Suzelle fic, just play the game. Yeah, it's true. Tricky Tony could never write this. Are you in other fandoms too? Yes. Toby since silence census drops. True. Birdly then cracked his masculine knuckles, but flexed his hand before moving them in front of his face, in a diamond transformation, before changing his hands into the silhouette of a heart. Oh my god, Chris Streamer's channel is still here. She only loves yaoi? Thoughts on Desriel? Desriel is boring as fuck. Actually, Suzelle is better. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Most people only like Desriel because they want to like date like a cute tomboy. That's it. That's it. That's it. This fic is what the phone told Spampton to drive him insane, by the way. Good heavens, Penumbra. Okay. His hands changed the silhouette of a heart. I'll get back to reading this. I'll stop talking about ships. This is the power of true love. Penumbra Phantasm! A green energy consumed Birdly as a bright light appeared from his hands and formed a gust of wind. And a gust of wind from the entire continent began to roar. Birdly. Ejected. The blinding light forward. The two attacks met. The blinding light shined all over hometown. The attacks struggled for dominance against each other as Birdly and Toriel screamed with all of their might.
Why won't you just die?
Toriel exploded as she mustered up the flame magic she had in Helix formation. She mustered up all the flames magic she had in Helix formation to support her Lotus Inferno. Foolish woman! Gamers don't die, they respawn! Birdly cackled as he used winds from the entire planet to keep Toriel's flames at bay.
I don't think Toriel would realize how much Chris loves Birdly. It's over for him. Actually, I want to... Birdly ejected. Cruzy is the best ship. No crap.
Okay, I don't understand why people like Cruzy. I'm gonna be honest. It's the most boring shit in the world. It's the most boring shit in the world. It's so boring. I think people's ideal relationship dynamic for Cruzy is either they want to be shoved into lockers 8 times a day, and if you like that, then buddy, you like Suzelle. Or they just want to eat crayons with their girlfriend. And if you like that, then sure, whatever. But it's fucking boring as shit, dude.
Asgor's Toriel's canon.
There's a spider. Anyway. Mortified, Chris ran back up to their room. Still drenched in flames, and went over to the rust-stained bird... That rusted and stained...
Crack ship I've ever seen is Charlie Kirk Sands. Oh my god.
Curdley is the best one. Like, the captain in stained birdcage. They kept inside of it was that eldritch asswipe, the soul that controlled the soul that was controlled by somebody else. They sighed and decided it was better to have their help. It was too late, as they heard an ear-splitting explosion from outside, as the world was drenched in a bright light.
Susie X Ralsei slaps through Suzelle.
Dude, Susie X Ralsei is just Suzelle, but straight.
I feel like Chriselle, shipper, ship, Ral, Susie. Asswipe, what is this ship, bro? How about you frolic in the fields and start liking all ships? No.
I'm sorry. I can't. I have to be honest.
Okay,
whatever. When the dust clears out, the Dreamer home, where the Dreamer home once was a massive crater. The once lush forest surrounding it had been reduced to ash. Chris grunted. They were knee deep in the middle of ash. We've been streaming for 4 hours and I can really feel it. Somehow they'd survived. They wiped their eyes and looked ahead. There was no sign of either Birdly and Toriel. They had failed. Both of them must be. The thought made them tear up. They couldn't imagine life without either of them. Birdly had been their friend since childhood, and while they never admitted it, they always had feelings for him. Toriel, sweet Toriel, was their loving mother, and no matter what, she was always there for them. A somber feeling consumed the air. Smash! Suddenly, though for an instant, Birdly and Toriel appeared. Toriel was punching Birdly in the face, and he was kneeing her in the stomach. It must have been an optical illusion. There's no way. Crash. This time, for only an instant, Birdly was hitting Toriel with sweet chin music. Toriel was cringing in pain. No, that couldn't be possible. This time, for roughly 15 seconds, they two appeared for roughly 15 seconds. They were punching each other's fists, meeting each other's jabs. Meeting each jab, they threw blow for blow, and blow for blow. Even in speed, even in power, with each punch grew a mini shockwave. Chris couldn't believe their eyes. Birdly and their mother weren't dead. They were still fighting, but moving too fast for the human or monster eye to see.
Remember, this is Birdly at his lowest. I'm sorry.
Using as a paid actor.
Hope this gets posted. Birdly, go Birdly, my love. Yeah, see.
Birdly raised up his fist and volleyball spiked Toriel to the ground.
I like how this all fucking started with alpha male Birdly. Alright.
Toriel hit the ground so hard, bouncing back up into the air after making contact with it. She still landed on her feet, however. She dug her heels into the floor and gritted her teeth, wiping her mouth of the blood that was now there. Berdly stuck in the air, wings crossed. "How did you get so strong?" Toriel said, her anger boiling over to frustration. Berdly cackled. "You're going to have to try a little harder than that."
Berdly's partner's cheering him on. Cinema.
Okay. If you're asking my opinion on Berdly x Susie, it's funny, but I think that Chris x Berdly is funnier. Yeah, Berdly's aura farming right now. Toriel angrily groaned before stretching out her arm to the side. "Reign of the Fireflies," she said under her breath as 1,000 tiny flames appeared behind her. Berdly's expression changed, and one by one, the tiny flames followed him with blinding speed. Berdly flew fast as he could into a crescent arc formation. One by one, the tiny embers expanded, exploding behind him in spectacular fashion. Berdly only barely escaped unscathed. Breathing a quick sigh of relief, he then made a slashing motion with his wing. An invisible air slash of wind followed with blinding speed. Somehow, Toriel anticipated the slash. What the fuck? Pated. Somehow, Toriel anticipated the slash. And did a triple backflip away from it. She looked around. Berdly had vanished.
This is so stupid. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I can't do it. As she looked around, Berdly had vanished. Toriel knew it was only a matter of time before.
Wham! She felt the taste of blood in her mouth and Berdly had kicked her with blinding speed to the stomach.
I can't. Triple backflip, genuinely my ears. Tears in my ears, triple backflip. Wham. It's so much. Please post the link to the Google Doc. Okay, when it's done, truly was a Deltarune.
Yeah, okay. I love that so many people are seeing this. It's really good. It's really good. She went flying back and landed on the pavement that used to lead to her house but now leads to nowhere. She coughed blood. Red now littered her purple school attire, but she didn't care at all. All she felt was pure hatred. Berdly appeared again, this time to her right. As he charged a spin kick, she countered with a stiff force palm to the jaw. He stumbled back, creating the perfect opening. Toriel unleashes a flurry of side kicks into Berdly's torso, finishing off her combo with a high knee to Berdly's beak.
So beside Toby, Seamus, Fox, have a new goat. My day just started and it's peaked because of this. This fight started because Toriel wanted to be doing against teenager for two. Kissing their adopted child. This is so dumb. This is so fucking dumb.
Berdly, however, responded with a headbutt to Toriel's face, cracking the nose bones of the goat mom.
Bro, she's a Street Fighter's character. What's up, I gassed her. Oh my god, this is so good.
Her nose begins to bleed as Berdly followed it up with a clothesline. Toriel falls to the ground, and Berdly preps an axe kick in response. Toriel knew, however, that if Berdly landed that blow, it would be all over. Toriel clapped her palms together, and when she opened them, a fiery vortex was created. Yes, her legs currently the man who speaks in hands. Oh my god, this is so good. She opened them, a fiery vortex was created. Whirling fire of hell, she whispered. Not the hospital gown. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Our noses are bleeding. We brought together 100 different animators to make this collab come true. Dude, if people animate this, I'll be so happy. Yes, there's this cannon. Help me. And suddenly, Birdly was engulfed in the spiral flames. Like a vortex, there was no escape. Her attack had created a vacuum against it. I like how this seamlessly turned into a Dragon Ball fight, and it still works. It still works. Someone please animate this. What is this? The blue bird of misfortune uttered as he was consumed by the flames. Give up. There is no escape from my whirling fire of hell. It'll surround you until your dying days, she explained. Oh, is that all? Birdly said, being cocky, and with a whoosh of a wind attack it was gone. But how? Toriel asked. I'm the master of the turbulent wind. Help me. Help me. I can't fucking do this anymore. I want to make a video of this. Please. Picture some pizza map, bro. They'll turn it up. What's your opinion on homosexuals? I can draw, but I can't animate. Well, oh my god. I am the master of the turbulent wind. Birdly said. Toriel suddenly had the strong urge to make him bleed for that fucking ass comment. Then his alarm went off. Plot. This is so peak. No, Birdly is not waking up. All of this is real. All of this is real. It's funnier if it is. Just give up already, twin. But no. Birdly. Birdly said. Believe, what did I miss? They all lived happily ever after. Man, sorry for that fuck ass comment. So, she balled her fists up and threw a jab at head. This fight needs to be really long, by the way. Birdly and the 7 turbulent winds. This fight needs to be really long, by the way. It needs to be good too. I feel like it already is, and that's the joke. But it needs to be really good. I feel like no one got the turbulent wind joke. That's what Rashid says in Street Fighter V. I am Rashid of the turbulent winds, and it's a joke, and it's really funny to me, cause who the fuck talks like that? Does Birdly have 7 turbulent winds? He has 4 of them, because there's 4 directions. Oh, you can make Toriel cauterize her wounds with fire? Ooh. It's already yeah, okay. But Birdly simply moved his head to the right right cheek. She tried again, this time with a stiff knee, but Lee back flipped out of the way. This back flipped out of the way. Toriel then smiled and clicked her fingers. Okay. I want certain spots pitched to me. What are these two gonna do each other? Are we gonna get some grappling? Are they gonna start throwing school buses at each other? Like, she jumps up, kicks back, whips around, and spins. Good. I like how you're thinking, but we need more. And clicks her fingers. A massive pillar of fire then appears where Birdly landed. Throwing Pippus. Toriel unlocks her stand. No. Bridges. I want this to be like JJK levels of insanity. Like say there's a traffic jam, they literally just start picking up cars and like beating the shit out of each other with them. Throw trees. The trees are already burnt. I already explained that they're burnt. Where Birdly landed. Toriel pants, assuming that the fight is won. Toss the freaking sky. Toriel legitimately gets a long flashback and gets a power up. I want to do that at some point. I want to do that. It still loses. Both of them lose. It's going to be like pathetic. Assuming the fight is still won. She smiles to herself. But the slow, creeping regrets of her actions starts. Throw Asgore's truck. Yes. Can you make Birdly say more gamer lingo? Okay. Utilize the soul. The soul will be utilized. Just not in the way you think. Can you add Freddy Fazbear? Birdly's got a wave dash. Okay. No, wait, but he assumes wave dashing is cheating. How about Birdly uses a half A press? How about that? Yes, Asgore's truck. Okay. Or perhaps him wave dashing is a sign that he's truly in love with Chris. What have I? Also, smoking a blunt might cause a fire. Half A press, mid-fighter, we dead ass. Yes, this is a shit post. Okay. Yeah, this character arc. Murdering, like saving a child. Tears. She really was just like him. Good thing I no clipped out of there when I did. This is genuinely tearing me up. This is modern art. Okay, this is the gag. Toriel's like, what have I done? I'm a terrible person. And then Bertha's like, oh, good thing I no clipped when I did it. And then immediately Toriel's just like back in like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Good thing I no clipped out of there when I did. Okay. Birdley said in his familiar, shrill, and annoying tone. I'm glad I'm not that guy at Birdley. He's saying that instead. He's saying that up there. He's saying... These birds are pissing me off. Yes, that's what she's gonna say. This bird is pissing me off. Birdley said in an annoying, shrill... And with that, all regret Toriel had vanquished instantly. Can Chris intervene? Okay, Chris will intervene in like 5 pages. They have to have a really good fight scene. I'm serious about this. It'd be really funny. Back, what did I miss? Basically not much. She's the original Toriel Walker, okay. Vanquished instantly. And the murderous rage she had once felt came back tenfold. Art. This bird was really pissing her off. There we go. Novel length brewski. Yeah, we're gonna write this till like it's 200 pages. You missed a lot. No, okay, there we go. This bird was really pissing her off. How about this? Toriel's gonna headbutt him in the face. No, we already did headbutting. That feels repetitive. How about Toriel goes for like a pile driver? How about that? We want to see some wrestling. No. Toriel's face contorted into a demonic grin. Make them play ball and Birdley dunk all over Toriel for no reason. No. They're gonna fight. That's not what I wrote. Contorted into a demonic grin as she vanished from view. Birdley stayed alert. Birdley does a so Jack face. Stayed alert, looking to his left and right with heavy suspicion. Torialistic with realistic bloodshot eyes. I feel like the fact that randomly they have like a fucking fight scene is really fucking funny. And it's not Toyel's. Toriel wrapped around Birdly with an expertly crafted rear naked choke. Suffocating the blue bird. Birdly began to gasp for air as Toriel began manically laughing. I did not make this shit. Make Toriel know every martial art. Yes, this is like literally the strongest monster in history versus the strongest monster today. So begin manically laughing as Birdly's face became even bluer. I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping until we're like, until I get like really tired. Manically laughing, she's going too far, gang. Fluor. Birdly began to fly in. Birdly squatted down before taking off again. Really kisses Chris and Toriel gets rage baited. Peak writing queen, thank you. All of them? Damn, yeah, she knows every martial art. Birdly knows how to fight because he watches UFC. That's canon. Before taking squatted down before taking off again. Before taking off again, he started to fly an erratic formations to try to shake Toriel off, but her grip was as tight as iron. He could feel himself losing consciousness. This is so tough. Yo, just specify it with it. No, he's not slapping his rings. He's like Dragon Ball Z flying. He's Birdly solos Deltarune. This is Birdly the Undying. This is super Birdly. Him losing consciousness. He could feel himself losing consciousness. This was bad. He did not want to die, so he thought but as he was flying above town. Birdly opens a dark world in this fight? No, I think I heard that wrong. Birdly is fighting Toriel, Bluebird of Birdly the Undying. Birdly. No, we're not doing a dark world yet. This is all light world, by the way. This is all light world. Birdly, you can do it. Above hometown. He lost too much air out
of his lungs and began to plummet to the town below.
Back, what did I miss?
Plummet to the town below.
Plummet to the town below. He's gonna wait, take out Gerst in this fight now. This is in the light world? Yes, this is in the light world. Fuck you, magic exists. They're just having Dragon Ball Z fights.
With Mach speed, they both crashed in the middle of the road.
Is this on my feed? What gave you the power to this idea? Toriel, the fuck happened to the voice? Magic isn't in the light worlds. I hope some Bertley shows up. You can do this. What if I make a Dark Fountain mid-fight to stop the fighting and he goes on an adventure? No! That's not how you're gonna end this. Toriel unleashes a killer 1-inch punch. That's later. That's later. And they both...
Luckily, the evening traffic had ceased, and there were barely any innocent civilians in the road. However, the massive crater left in the intersection would cost Carol Holiday and taxpayers millions.
Toriel, fix it. Okay, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Is this? This is so fucking dumb. This is so dumb. Luckily traffic had ceased and there were no, however, would cost and taxpayers millions. Hospital gets destroyed. No. They'll think Carol's embezzling town funds. Oh, absolutely.
The crash was loud, and that, along with the light show from earlier, caused some passers-by to look on.
Who the fuck is out here? Who the fuck is out here? Who the fuck is out here? Who is the passer? Who's out here looking at this fight? The obvious, it can't be. This is going on Wattpad. Ugh. Who's out here? I don't want it to be Noelle or Susie. I feel like it'd be really funny if it was like Monster Kid or like Jockington. Tenna, Alfie. Alfie's is funnier. Tenna's a passerby. No. Snowdrake. We're deciding where it's Alfie's. Alfie's the humble yet terrible school teacher looked on in horror. Dear God. Toriel. Are they? Oh my God. She called the police as soon as she opened her phone to call the police. Always catching stray dog burger pants. When is this being believed? Oh my God, you know how to. Yeah, selfies. To call the police. Yes, officer. Is Undyne in the... Okay, I kind of want the bit to be that she calls the police, Undyne kicks open the shelter, throws the corpse of the Roaring Knight on the floor, and then runs over to see what's going on. The fuck the police gonna do? I feel like that'd be really funny. Can I make fan... Yes, you can. You can make... You are free to make fan art of this. You are free to make fan art of this. Finally, the police is on. So how does that sound? How does that sound? Like Undyne kicks open the bunker. The police versus Berdly and Toriel. Berdly gets his old clothes back. Good ending. I kind of like the drip he's wearing now. Please, yes, do it. Okay, police finally pulled up. Undyne kills the knight. Okay, yes, officer. There's two bodies in the intersection. They fell from the sky. The response on the other end of the phone was... And then we get all the DBZ references. Was as swift as it was loud. Suddenly, I feel like we need to put Spear of Justice on for this scene. Just bear with me, chat. No. Okay, This is video material and people yearn for fan arts. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Suddenly, the of town so mysterious. What could possibly be in there? Suddenly, the doors were kicked
open by a heavy boot. The corpse of the roaring night. Oh my god, a fanfic stream I haven't seen before. Oh yeah, we've been doing this for like 5 hours. Alright. Kicked open. Ugh. The corpse of the ring knight was thrown on the ground with a hard slam, and out walked the chief of police, Undyne. Her hair was all messy. Her sleeves had been ripped up with the Shut the fuck up. Okay, her sleeves were ripped up, and she was holding a bloody spear in her muscular hands. And she huffed and puffed after a battle well fought, and yet she was still needed with a blinding speed. She Dude, you spoiled nearly it. Gonna listen to the stream while sewing. It's gonna be peak. Don't hurt yourself. The blinding. She ran at Mach 2 to the scene of a brand new crime. Can someone... I like how I mentioned the Roaring Knight one time and everyone's like, oh, who's the knight? Who's the knight? And I'm just like, bro.
It's December holiday.
Who said that? To the scene of the brand new crime. She arrived, foam at the mouth. Foaming at the mouth. Frisk kills Chris. No. At first time listener, what have? Are Undead and Alfie's gonna kiss? Absolutely. Well,
what? The mouth is wild. Crime was her worst enemy, and yet stopping crime is what drove her. And dying on the street, that was a crime.
Yeah, I can't believe I made a new friend through the stream. Sophia out there changing lives, queen. Oh, wow. This chat is real.
Guys, subscribe if you want to hear it. I'm probably not gonna finish this tonight. But yeah, no.
Earl Deltarune was the friends we made along the way.
That was a crime. She whipped her head toward Alfie's. Al, you said there was a crime? The bags under her eyes said everything Alfie's needed to know.
You could have throw civilians and cars at them.
God, Undyne, you look terrible. God, Undyne, you look terrible.
Yeah, it's like that. Okay.
What happened? What the fuck? Hi, Cooler! Cooler, you're back! Cooler! I started writing fanfiction again, and everyone started, joining the stream for some reason. Are Toriel and Bradley okay? Yes, they're fine. Let me get to it. By the way, this stream has more views than the Susie video, so what the fuck? So...
You look terrible. What happened?
Nothing. I just had to fraud check some punk. She grin on her face.
The fuck, you started a dog shit time. You want to stream for the week? I thought you wouldn't stream this week because of the holidays. When have I ever said that?
Besides Cooler, I can stream whenever I want. Okay, I'm gonna turn off Spear of Justice now. It's getting kind of annoying. It's great for Undyne's introduction. Undyne's gonna do jack shit though. Okay. She responded with a confident grin on her face. Of course, the police has no impact exactly. I can stream anything. You didn't stream yesterday, so I assumed it. You know what they say about assuming, Cooler? It makes an ass out of you and me.
Need a full VC work, a full animation. Yes. So that was the Bradley versus Toriel fight go. It's still ongoing. It's just taking a little break.
So, bro, no Foman, no Zachary, no Kara. They were all here. They were all here, Cooler. They were all asking where you were. Alright, anyway. Just give it some time. They'll probably join again. I'm probably gonna stream until like 5 in the fucking morning, knowing me. Said with the confident. We keep going. We're grabbing popcorn. Hi, Frisk Dreamer. Can't believe Kara's making her write all of that. Can't believe Kara made you misgender me. Alright, nothing. I just had to fraud check some punk. So. So, who are the dead people? Undyne ass nonchalantly freaking Alfie's out. Trying to sleep. Why am I here? What time zone are you? Why am I wouldn't answer that. Okay. Freaking Alfie's out. So, who are the dead? Undyne. How do you know if hey. Gotta go now. Bye. Okay. Just woke up half an hour ago. How about you read what you have so far? In a little bit. Once we get to 20 pages, then I'll read what we have so far. She lives in China. If you want to know. No, I don't. I do have to get more water sometime, though. They could just be
They could just be unconscious.
Alfie's reasoned, hoping her only friend and one of her students weren't dead. Is this still a Curdly fic? Oh, absolutely. Toriel and Birdly had a Dragon Ball Z fight over Chris's honor. It was amazing. It's on pause right now, but still. Please do more streams like this is peak. I'm gonna have to. This is the best, most lucrative stream I've ever done. This is genuinely so peak. Good point. You know that, Al? Alfie's blushed. Things are taking a pretty weird route. Power of Curdly shines within you. Rick genuinely made me shift Curdly. I'm gonna try to join all of them because it's amazing. Whether it be 11 hours or 11 years, Curdly will be waiting. Yes. Can you make friend? No, I'm not having friends show up. Yuri time. Alfie's blushed. She wasn't used to being complimented by savage warrior women. Where's my Suzelle? Give it time. You gain more subs from this stream. Oh, really? Okay, really, there's no other... Okay, I'm gonna skip this theme because this theme's kind of ass. And then we're gonna get back to... Why the fuck is this here? Yeah, let's include a weird route theme for no reason. There we go. There we go. I'm starting to get tilted. So fucking tilted. This stream has been a fucking trip. By Savage Warrior Woman. But swallowed her embarrassment. Undyne, however, jumped up and then slid into the crater the two had created.
Can you give me a summary of what's going on?
Okay, so basically after Chris and Berdly kissed, Toriel came home, and Toriel was filled with so much rage that she decided to beat the shit out of Berdly, and Berdly was about to give up, but was filled with determination, so became Berdly the Undying. So then Berdly the Undying and Toriel have this Dragon Ball fight, and Toriel lands this rear naked choke on Berdly. Berdly then crashes, because he can fly now, into the middle of the hometown intersection, and this draws Alfie's bystander to look at the wreckage. And it seems like both of them are dead.
Should get really high and write God level peak. The soundtrack play is a paid actor. Congrats on the divorce. So, that's what's going on. Why is Toriel so against Curdly?
She's not against Curdly, she's against Berdly. She fucking hates him.
She fucking hates him. Hold up, her writing is fire. Make Berdly a real gamer, malevolent installing dictatorship of gamers in hometown. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Her, she's a woman, Crispy. Post this on AO3, I beg. I will. She's Berdly phobic. That's the 8th time someone's made that joke.
Upon closer inspection.
This is taking too long. I'm booting up my drawing tab while watching. Okay.
Upon closer inspection, the two, despite being covered in scrapes and blood, were in one piece. The boss monster landed face first into the asphalt, but then
Delta FNAF sounds so peak. Shouldn't start Toriel and Carol doing the Dragon Ball fusion dance to knowledge Berdly.
Okay, Carol as Toriel's Vegeta is so peak though.
Five Nights at Deltarune. She's heterophobic. If anyone dates Berdly regardless of the gender, that's straight. Toriel can have that. Okay. Okay.
Snore was the boss monster sleeping? Wait, was that Asgore's ex?
Okay.
That was weird.
Hell yeah, hip shop playing.
The other monster appeared to be in an
ascended state, a state a monster can reach if given the right amount of determination. Undyne was impressed. She thought that only...
The fact that it's fucking Birdly is really funny.
Was Chad Dude Bro the 6th all-tier? No, there was a spammer though. Kojima will hire this individual. I'm gonna get shorts ideas out of the stream. Please do, Chris Streamer.
Undyne was impressed that she thought that only she could muster the ability to maintain that ascended form.
The fact that this is fucking Birdly. What shit? What pronoun, lovely monarch? She, her.
Actually, I actually hate Birdly. Okay, an ascended form. Just then, the ascended monster sat up. It's like the Undertaker. It's like the boom. His eyes wide. Birdly was amazed. Somehow he had survived that fall. It was a good thing nobody was around, or else he might have accidentally killed someone.
Make Asgore become based in this fic too. Help him Birdly become the perfect male. Okay, what the fuck? Queen is cooking up a storm, creating a Lotus Inferno. Lotus Inferno!
What the fuck is this? No. Okay. Might have killed someone else. He then turned his head to look at Officer Undyne. By the looks of things, she had also gone through hell.
This is peak. Can you reference a meme in this fic? I reference so many memes. So be my Undertale. This is what gas for me, Deltarune.
My Deltarune, okay. Through hell. He grunted. He wasn't done with Toriel yet. She had attempted to kill him, and as a gamer, he couldn't let that slide. With one elegant half a press. Birdly jumped to his feet.
I'm gonna do a fanfic.
Undertale Yellow Asylum fic. It can't match this peak bird cooler.
This is actually peak I'm subbing. Bro, I can't even focus for one thing in an hour. Under Event has found its new
Project. I hope. Despite being and scrapes and blood. It's me, your ex-husband. I kind of want Asgore to have some like Yujiro Hanma energy here. What did he say about UTY? He has the dumb asylum fic he wants to write. It's gonna be peak, trust. By the way, this stream has more views than my fucking Susie video that I spent 4 months on. So, yeah. Birdly jumps to his feet and began walking over to the asleep Toriel. He gritted his teeth and grimaced.
Birdly, Susie. True.
So glad this theme is unused. I don't have to talk about it in the video. Get up. Whoa, kid.
We're not done yet.
Birdly screamed, I shall go to bed. I am back from cleaning my room. Kind of said this one unused. Birdly screamed, we're not done yet. Undyne put herself in between Birdly and his rival. Why is Birdly in the mob now? He's not in the mob now. He's fighting Toriel for Chris's honor. We're not done yet. Listen, kid, you just sustained heavy damage. Need to go a medical facility. Birdly cringed at the
very idea of going to another hospital. But Birdley is the indomitable human spirit. Unironically, Birdley inspires me. Just started watching. Have you been waiting for 5? Yes. It's been going for so long. She has. Okay. At the very idea of going to another hospital after his earlier experience. Birdly, Sophia, sleeping's actually important for the human mind. I can sleep when I'm dead, okay? Sophia, take a break. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fucking good. Okay. Girls pulling the we're not done yet. I'm gonna get some more drinks soon, but yeah. After his earlier experience. Get out of my way. Said, removing his cracked visor and revealing his eyes that totally didn't have guy liner. Birdley needs to kiss Chris, cross applesauce. Same little country where dies live, lack of sleep. Story that drove its author mad, true. Unironically, it would be so funny if this got to like 1,000 pages. Sophia is the Birdley. No. Get out of my way. Undyne put a hand on Birdley's shoulder. Listen, I know you don't want to hear this. Undyne's the only one who's acting in character, by the way. This. I was a pretty hot-headed kid, you know? I got into my fair share of fights. You should publish this as a novel. We're all Birdley on... We're all Birdley. This is such a good shit post. This is so good. Got into my fair share of fights. That form. Undyne released the book to kiss a longing bird. So Undyne's literally so in character its peak. An end credit scene of Gaster transporting Birdley to the multiverse. Undyne pleaded. Birdley just
walked forward. He wanted. There we go, chat. We did it. This is absolute cinema. There we go. We'll fight for the Curdly. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water and more coffee and stuff so I can keep writing this. Because I still have energy, but I want more. I want more energy because this is really fun. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back, chat. I'm back. I'm back. I'm chronically dehydrated, then drink some water. I'm eating Pringles. Oh, good for you. It's taking... Alright. Sorry for the wait. I had to also use the bathroom. Alright, here we go. He wanted to proceed. Curdly toy. Okay. Birdly, he wanted to proceed. Undine. Birdley's. Birdley's eyes. The fact that this scene is in this fucking fanfiction, the same fanfiction where Birdley gets scammed at the fucking hospital, is really fucking funny to me. Like the fact that we have a scene where Undine's like, let it go, let the fight go, it's over. And then Birdley's like, no, I want more. I need to fight more. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Curdly sounds like a form of fossil. What the hell is happening? Give it a second. We're almost gonna recap it. 19 pages, I'm crying. We're gonna get to 200, trust. Ultra violence or Birdley massacre someone? No, the only person who has died in this fic is the Roaring Knight. Looks into Birdley's eyes. They're raw. It looked so familiar to her. It pissed her off. Just as much as it did then, too. Des died. Yeah, Undine fucking killed the knight. Undine. Eyes with Raw. Did too. Sophia ain't cooking for food, she's trying to find more ideas. The Raw Determination, the Holy Remix. Spam 10 actually has some canon stuff to support the show. Chris X Birdley. No Togor X Chester subplot, that's too silly. Fine, be that way. She created a volley of spears in front of her. Seems like you're going to have to learn the hard way. Okay. The part where everyone joined with Birdley and yelled, it's Birdleying time. Too silly. The fic where Tori old Birdley have a silly Goku fight, or Birdley after Birdley gets his Chris. True. You're gonna have to learn that. Seems like you're going to have to learn the hard way. Undine
I actually, fuck it. Let's be really silly. Let's be really silly. Undyne was face planted in into the
I am fine. 20th page is real. Ate the Stitch smile meme. I'll fix whoever did.
in the dirt below, utterly unconscious. Above her, it's not finished. It's far from finished.
Can you give me a recap on what?
No, we're about to recap it. We're at the 20th page. We're about to recap it.
The fuck?
Above her was. How long are you gonna stream? Until I get like too tired. This is so tough. What the hello random person? What the fuck is 20th page already? Okay, was Toriel. Her fist radiating smoke off of it. With one uncanny motion, she contorted her body to look at Burley with a demonic grin.
Sophia, when will you power scale them?
Birdley already has like a planet level feat, so I don't know.
Radiating smoke.
With a demonic grin. Her smile said it all. It really wasn't over. Oh my god. Okay, so now since they're in the city, they're gonna use some environmental things for their fight. This was the point. This was the point of putting them in the city. This was the point of putting them in the city. So that they could throw shit at each other. So that they could be knocked into the library and throw shelves at each other so they could pick up cars and smash them on each other. That's what we're doing. City, yeah, we're in the middle of hometown. We're in the middle of the intersection. Alphys screamed and she ran away to look for someone else to help.
The shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like
Toriel, however,
there's a light inside your soul
simply
still shining in
flexed
with
her muscles. By the way, I don't know if I've explained this, but in this fic, Toriel is fucking shredded. She has like Baki muscles.
Don't forget
Everyone make sure to like and subscribe. Yeah. Yeah. I still have stuff to do at 3 a.m. for some reason. I can't quite sleep yet.
Flexed her muscles and a fire-like aura her. Birdley took a defensive
dance by instinct. But then
Toriel vanished again. Toriel is badass. What is Toriel doing with fire? Make him say 6-7.
Okay, I'll work it in somehow. I'll work it in. Toriel vanished again. Birdly panicked. Where could... The fact that it's Toriel and Birdly fighting is really funny.
I'm sorry.
Where could she have gone? Then the realization had hit Birdly. She had never left. He turned around and there she was, a fiery fist in hand. A smile so wide it was tearing the seams of her mouth.
Okay. Oh. Toriel has become a fucking demon. Toriel has become a demon.
The seam. It was tearing the seams of her mouth. Birdly tried to move, but
Divine fist. Holy fire.
She does have horns like a demon. I just can't look. What the fuck? The real smiles.
Holy fire.
she said with manic joy. The fist contacted not Birdly. That wasn't her target. But the ground below him.
Toriel pack All Might Smash. They're just yelling their attacks against Pokemon. Really surprised there are more Gappy and Yume shit posters. Oh my god, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. This is so peak.
Okay. Chat, it's almost 3 a.m. Oh, hi. Is Tenna gay? Yes. Below him. The three of them were erupted like a volcano. A massive a massive explosion engulfed Birdly and she threw her, the demon formerly known as
Why did it explode? Take care of your health.
It was Birdly, not KFC. Have you never seen anime? I love giving Toriel so much aura. What the fuck? Miles away.
Girl doesn't know the type shirt, she just knows. She doesn't know the ground doesn't hurt flying. Chat prefer sure. Bradley will have to use his stand silver experience Requiem. What's Chris doing in all this?
Dude, wait. Miles away. Birdly appeared in his left side was pretty. This is another JJK reference. This is like Nanami. Burned.
Chris is one.
What is Susie doing in all this? I like Susie. Susie is dating Noelle. After Noelle hit Birdly with the chair shot. We'll loop back to it at some point. We're going to resolve every single plot line. It was pretty heavily burned.
Chris channel is PEAK sub. Worst story of Undertale.
Okay. Was pretty heavily burned. In his right was Officer Undyne, still conscious and somehow unscathed.
Birdly, please. Okay. Guys, calm down.
How about this is the main plot line.
So, and somehow unscathed. This is so dumb.
Chris Dreamer in chat, Bruce in the stream, hell yeah. That's base. Damn it. Said the nerves. He couldn't feel anything, but he remembered the searing heat, the smell of burning feathers. All of that filled him with rage.
Birdly is so cooked.
Okay.
I like how we have Toriel's theme right now. Can you add Springtrap? No. Why? This is so peak. Thank you, Noel. I mean, Springtrap, no. This whole situation started when we thought Sigma edits were trash. This is so good. This is so good.
Fills him with rage. He dropped Undyne off at the hospital. Her on the front step.
Okay, time for a JoJo's reference. Divine Arc woke blast. This attraction is great. All the guards I can. What the fuck? This is so. On the front step.
Tutorial. Laughing for 40 minutes. That I've been laughing for 40 minutes.
He then started to take her fingers and claw them across her face, drawing blood everywhere. Her laughter had drawn quite a scene of concerned neighbors and friends wondering. Oh, thank you for the dono. Thank you. I miss my wife. I spent my life savings. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think she's having a psychotic break. Yeah, that's the idea.
I mean, she burned her house down just to kill Birdley. Drawing blood. Worried about her safety, yet too scared to actually intervene.
Sophia, what are your pronouns? She, her. Seems like something my mom would do, yeah. Sitters.
Intervene. I did it. I finally did it. He's dead. And then to the sky.
Tutorial's crazy. Toriel's fucking crazy. What are you laughing about? It sounds more like a roar when you laugh. You roaring fraud. I'm roaring. This is peak.
He's dead. Until a familiar yet irritating voice chimed in. Oh, what the fuck should Birdley say? Wave dashing, not a technique I thought I'd ever use. It true only by wave dashing could Birdley create enough speed to avoid Toriel's divine fist. Don't give up hope. HP fully restored. Oh my god. Divine. I'm sorry. Divine fist. Holy fire is that's really funny to me. I'm sorry. That's really funny to me. Who's the only one? Birdley had self a gamer with principles. Which is why he would never stoop to such a low. But against Toriel, none of that mattered.
Add Baldy's educational tale. Toriel, I was thinking, since you have now tried to kill a child, does that mean you'll forgive me? No.
No, that's a funny thing. She's like, fuck no, Asgore. I could kill 1,000,000 children better than you.
Lack of sleep is getting to you? No, what do you mean? I'm golden.
None of that matters.
This is so dumb.
Okay. Toriel. Instead.
Expect 100 pages by Christmas. Make him say, what is this Diddy Blood doing on his calculator? No.
Animosity. He's dead. John Egbert should make a cameo. How about no? Okay, we're almost at 6 hours. We're at 20 pages. Let's reread it from the top. How about that? Let's reread the entire fic. And then we I forgot about Gaster, dude. Birdly always comes back. Okay. They've been fighting for 10 pages. Okay. Give you an A+ for holy peakness. Holy cow, you should sleep. Yo, full read. Yeah, I'm gonna read it. It was a cold and brisk night. Birdly sat alone in his elegant gamer pad. As he sat in his swivel chair, he thought to himself while scrolling through Instagram Reels. The thrill, the ath. Yet he kept scrolling anyway. He, like so many others, had nothing better to do. He had finished all the games in his Steam library. All of his homework was done in a breeze, so lone Birdly sat, scrolling into the dead of night, until a ping from his phone. It was a SoundCloud notification, which was a surprise. Birdly only downloaded SoundCloud on his phone, precious mobile gaming device for a certain someone. He tapped the notification, confusion bubbling under his blue feathered head. It was a song by Moss Eater 1987 named Gamer's Delight. What is that voice? Eager, Birdly tapped play for a listen, and yet moments later he dropped his phone in shock. It was the best thing he had ever heard, and yet he didn't even like rap music. Chris's silent deadpan voice apparently lends itself really well to mumble rap. I'm already fumbling, dude. Birdly was impressed. He knew Chris had a talent for music, but this was something else. Filled with inspiration, no, determination, Birdly decided to find some peak aura edits to send to Chris. And that's when he saw the best Patrick Bateman Sigma edit he had ever seen. He must send it to Chris immediately to show how much aura that rap had given him. And with one tap of his feathered finger, he sent it. This shit is ass. A reply immediately was sent. It was a massive shock to Birdly. He thought Chris was a gamer. They'd understand being an alpha, but clearly hanging out with Susie had turned them into a beta cuck. How could such a good rapper not understand that aura, that being alpha, no, being sigma was all that mattered? And so Birdly, gripping his phone tightly, wrote, Dear Chris Kringle, you clearly do not understand the importance of being alpha. Birdly huffed and puffed. It was the best response he had ever written. And yet, Alpha D's nuts in your mouth. Chris responded exactly 1 second later. Birdly started to tear up. He had been completely destroyed. And if he responded again, he would be the beta and not Chris. Upset, he booted up his gaming PC and decided to vent on 4chan. I can't. Until he drifted off into sleep. That night he dreamed of the Joe Rogan Experience, specifically being on the Joe Rogan Experience, talking about how much he loved hunting, women, non-women, Saudi Arabia in that order. Joe Rogan simply nodded in complete submission to his godly aura. It was nice. It was a nice, thought-provoking conversation that made all the viewers happy that they had witnessed it. No one would ever forget him again. What is this again? Wait, what about Rouse? Literally, he awoke to the sound of other birds chirping in the morning. Birdly was so disheartened that his epic dream was over. A single, manly tear rolled from his face onto his pillow. Then he stretched out his wing in front of his face and made a fist and said, Someday. For she makes the story funny. But all dreams end eventually. Birdly got out of bed and took a shower, applying extra pizza deodorant as he did. He put on his favorite pair of cargo shorts and his least favorite white button-up shirt, got ready for the day. In the mirror, he slicked back his cobalt feathers and pointed to the mirror while making a clicking sound with his tongue. He looked like a real alpha male. As Birdley walked to class, he saw Noelle and Susie talking about something. It must have been coercion. Why else would Noelle talk to Susie? Birdley heroically put himself in between the two girls. He stretched a wing in front of Noelle. Sorry, Susie. Try again another day. You would definitely gain aura for this.
What the hell are you doing?
Susie responded. Stopping you from harassing poor Noelle, he said.
Bro, we were just talking about dragon blazers. What is your damage?
Susie asked, more annoyed than confused. Listen, pal, you're on thin ice. You're on thin ice, pal. Fucking botched that. Listen, you're on thin ice, pal. Birdley responded by pushing up his glasses as he did. Birdley stretched out a feathered hand and blushed. Listen, Susie, you don't have to be the bad guy. We can harbor friendship and understanding. What do you say? Canon Susie voice, thank you.
What the actual fuck are you doing?
Susie asked at her limit for bird-brained bullshit. Birdley just stood there, hand outstretched, and gave a patient smile.
Holy shit!
Susie screamed. It was Noelle, who at the last minute had picked up a steel chair and bashed Birdley over the skull with it. Birdley collapsed on the floor, holding his now concussed head.
Shut up!
Noelle said through heavy breaths.
God damn!
Susie screamed in excitement. Noelle dropped to the chair and blushed, holding her hands behind her back. I want to go home. Well, what? The Susie voice. Thank you. Yo, Noelle.
So you wanna come over next Tuesday?
Noelle said, trying her best not to stutter.
Tuesday? Fuck that. Let's go now.
Susie said with a toothy grin. You're on. Noelle is wild for this. She is gonna rot in hell for what you did tonight. Okay. Susie then grabbed Noelle's hand and made her ditch class with her. Birdley sat on the floor reeling in pain. He was pretty sure he had a concussion, but what was worse is that Noelle had succumbed to the dark side and become a heel. It must be Susie's bad influence. Why is Noelle's voice trembling its peak? Okay. Birdley managed to pull himself off the floor. His head was screaming at him. Someday he would get back at them. Someday. Then Chris felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Chris. Fuck. And then he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Chris. You okay? Chris asked, genuinely concerned. Love how oblivious Birdley is. Mom, I'm scared. John Cena moment. I love how every time I read through the beginning, everyone's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Noelle, why'd you do that? Birdley wasn't sure if it was a brain swelling or blood rushing to his face, but he started to blush before patting his clothes down and saying, Of course, Chris, I'm a real alpha. A simple chair thought wouldn't take me out. Gamers don't die, they respawn, numbskull. It seems the only numbskull here is you, they said sarcastically. Birdley ignored the comment and walked to his seat, or at least he tried to before he stumbled to his feet. Noelle, I remember your steel chairs. The steel chair thing was inspired. So, one of the things we were going to write together as chat was Wrestle Rune. And I was really into that idea. So the idea of Noelle just giving Birdley a chair shot was really funny. Anyway. So what if I have a concussion? I'm a real alpha, he said before passing out. When he woke, he was at the hospital. Beside him was a tall yet melted skeletal figure who wore a black suit under his lab coat, and underneath that was a turtleneck sweater. His eyes had cracks in them, one going upward and one going down. He smiled as Bradley awoke. I remember your steel chairs. Shakespeare adds nothing on this. No, Shakespeare copied her. Shakespeare's been real quiet since this dropped. Good day, Mr. Avian, the doctor said. Bradley was confused. Why wasn't he at school? Where was Chris? Where am I? Bradley asked. You are at the hospital. A concerned classmate carried you here after you fell. The doctor explained. He picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it. It was only then that Bradley realized the massive holes in the hands the doctor... Massive holes in his hands, that should be a period. The doctor noticed him staring. Please do not be concerned. My hands were injured some time ago. Why is that in the middle? I'm cracking up. Okay. Bradley felt ashamed for staring. The man was so humble. He must be a good person. Where's Asgore? Asgore hasn't showed up yet. No. On the I can't read this without laughing. It's so fucking funny. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Now, on the topic of payment, your injury was pretty difficult to deal with. Bradley felt the bag of frozen peas on his head. They were lukewarm. They were room temperature. You were not going to be able to... No, I wasn't able to sleep after last stream. How much? He asked, cringing at the thought. $6,453.99. The doctor said with a grin of glee. Bradley's jaw dropped. He didn't have that much money, and his mom wasn't going to use all of her hospital coupons on this. Bradley was fucked. You're going to have nightmares about this. I'm not going to sleep. Simple as. I'm so sorry. I can't afford that. The doctor's face fell. For whatever reason, he assumed he would be getting thousands of dollars from a high school student over a lukewarm bag of peas. Oh God. Blue soul mode jumps here. Without warning, Bradley's soul was turned blue and they felt the gravity more harshly now, collapsing into his hospital bed. The doctor looked at him with pure rage. I can't do it. Fucking do it, chat. Gotta get the hospital coupon. No, please, Sophia, include China glazing in there. No. I don't get why you are so horny for the Chinese government cooler. Rakes are actually... Okay, the fuck is this? Okay. I have to calm down. Get the fuck out of my hospital! Without warning, Bradley was thrown into the air by the doctor, making him slam into multiple walls. Crack. Bradley heard the drywall crack under his weight before the doctor snapped his fingers and flung Bradley through the hospital doors. Bradley landed outside on his ass, still in the hospital gown they had put him into. Miraculously, the peas were still on top of his head. All things considered, today went pretty well. Why was Bradley flung into the sky? So guess repeat the shit out of it. It would be really funny if during the fight scene, Toriel tagged out to Gaster and Gaster just immediately, like, Megalovania him.
It's nice to hear you laugh.
This is so dumb. I can't get over this line. I'm sorry. Like the My Deltarune line. I can't do it. Oh, ass in the hospital gown they had put him into. Miraculously, the peas were still on top of his head. All things considered, today went pretty well. Berdley considered his options. He could either go home and tell his mother about his hospital debt and get a beer bottle thrown at him for his troubles, or he can become homeless and live in the alleyway. He had remembered Susie said something about free milk.
PEAK Deltarune. Remember my hospital.
It's so good. It's so good. I can't get over it. Okay. Berdley decided that option 3 would be the best. What was option 3? Simple. He would simply doom scroll Instagram Reels until he thought of a better idea. Suddenly, he felt the bag of peas being taken off his head. It was Chris. Chris opened the bag of peas and shoveled a fistful of them down their throat. How much longer now, my hospital? I can't fucking do it. I can't do it. This shit is so fucking, this is so peak. Okay, fist holding down their throat. How you doing, Tiger? Chris asked. Berdley took a break from doom scrolling. I think the hospital stole my clothes. This is perfect music. Oh damn, couldn't pay your debt, huh? No, unfortunately not. Also, I think I have another concussion, Berdley responded. Cool, Chris said with a thumbs up. Berdley had had it with this nonchalant demon. Were they going to help him, or were they just going to make fun of him like always? Anyway, want to play Minecraft? They said, eating another handful of peas. It wasn't like Berdley had anything better to do, so he got off the pavement and walked with Chris to Chris's house.
How you doing, Twite?
The lush forest surrounded the quaint two-story house. I can't do it. Chris opened the door with the keychain on their phone. It had been so long since Berdley had been to the Dreamer house. Back then, Noelle and him would come over and play Super Smashing Fighters with Chris and Azriel. Those were the days. Nowadays, Noelle beat him with a chair and Chris was a SoundCloud rapper. Actually, it wasn't that different. Mi casa es su casa, Chris said. I don't speak Japanese, Berdley responded. Chris rolled their eyes and pulled out a dusty Xbox 360 with 2 chewed up controllers.
Why are you awake? It's 3 in the morning.
My dog just woke up, Chad. When are they gonna get kids? They're in high school, dude. That's a bit too early. High Soul Deltarune. Chris rolled their eyes and pulled out a dusty Xbox 360 with 2 chewed up controllers. Berdley had forgotten that Chris enjoyed the savory taste of Xbox controllers. Chris turned on the Xbox, but the Xbox flashed the red ring of death on its LED wheel. God fucking damn it, Chris screamed as they picked up the console and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of it. They hit the console with a drop kick and it shattered into a million pieces. Then Chris sat beside Berdley. Microsoft, am I right? Chris said nonchalantly. I'm more of a Nintendo guy myself, Berdley said. Exactly 4 seconds had passed between the two with nothing being said. Berdley looked at the remains of the once proud 7th generation console, now destroyed on the floor. It was fitting in a weird way. Perhaps that was the end goal of all living things, to be beaten to death by an emo SoundCloud rapper. Want a glue sandwich? They asked, their face lighting up. Birdley wasn't sure if it was the double concussion or the strange feeling in his stomach, but for whatever reason he said, there's no way this day could get any worse. What the fuck did I just walk in on PEAK? You walked in on PEAK. Okay, you walked in on PEAK. Chris smiled with delight and put on an oversized apron. First, he took out 4 slices of bread and put Elmer's glue on each slice. Then a fresh slice of toilet paper in the middle, and voila, 2 glue sandwiches. Chris put them on a plate and brought them to the couch. Birdley gulped. He had never partaken in this delicacy before. He was more than a little nervous. He looked at Chris. Chris just smiled back before unhinging their jaw and biting into the sandwich with an 80 psi bite force. Birdley looked at Chris in awe. If Chris can do it, I can too. I'm an alpha. This is what years of Deltarune does to you. Glue sandwich. First slice of toilet paper. Come on. Aren't you keeping up? Never mind this shit. Birdley reasoned to himself. He picked up the sandwich with both hands and some crumbs fell onto his lap. Despite the fact that it smelled like ranch, it did not actually taste like ranch. In fact, it was kind of bad. I like how viewership peaks for the curdly scenes. Birdley coughed loudly. Chris continued to eat, ignoring Birdley's rude coughs. Jesus, that's awful, he said between coughs. Chris shrugged. The fact that they were eating anything remotely close to a sandwich was worthy of high praise. Chris gulped the last bite down and said, I believe you mean acquired taste, Chris said with a smile. If by acquired you mean as bad as 2 concussions, then sir, he said with a little laugh. He intended to mock Chris, get them back for all the times they had pissed him off, but instead the human let out a little giggle. Chris inched closer on the couch. I don't think I'm that bad at cooking. Chris looked directly into Birdley's eyes. Birdley looked away. He started to sweat. Why was he sweating? It was only Chris. Yeah, just Chris. Chris low-key sounds like Alan from Smiling Friends. Oh, they're so stupid together. Well, as I recall, I came over to play Minecraft until 5 on the Ethan crap. They frowned before seemingly remembering something. Oh, I'll be right back. Chris ran off to their room. Birdley was thinking about how Chris looked at him. He wasn't sure why, but his face felt warm. Chris ran down the stairs with a leapfrog iPad in hand. Kiss, 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 kiss. We can play Minecraft on this. Birdley was surprised by Chris. He was amazed Chris had managed to install... No, I misspelled it. Minecraft on a leapfrog. Perhaps Birdley was wrong about them. That was a real alpha move. Chris sat closer, and they turned on the leapfrog and booted up Minecraft Pocket Edition. Then they handed it over to Birdley. You don't want to play? Birdley asked. No, I'd rather watch you play, Chris said, brushing their chestnut-colored hair behind their ear. Their crimson eyes now fully visible to the bluebird. They flickered like embers. It was sort of beautiful. The writing is fire. Thank you. Birdley's chest felt tight. It was distracting. Luckily, he had a distraction from that distraction. He started a new world and immediately started mining clay. What are you doing? Chris asked. I like... I can't read this. I can't do it. I like building brown bricks with Minecraft. Okay, wait, we're not there yet, chat. We're not there yet. I like building brown bricks with Minecraft. I like building brown bricks with Minecraft. Really said with a toothy grin. I can't do it. I can't do it, dude. This is too fucking much. Stupid. Okay. Chris tried not to laugh, but as they got even closer. I'd like to build something of my own, Chris said while caressing Bradley's face. Oh boy. One more game, yeah. Their gazes locked. Bradley desperately wanted to look away, but did not. Chris? Bradley asked. I just say, you gave my heart a concussion. Calm down, Sophia. Okay. Bradley burst out laughing. Good one, Chris. You almost got me. Bradley wiped a tear from his eye. Yeah, right. As if Chris would ever want to, he thought. He was interrupted by a warm feeling on his lips. He opened his eyes and Chris was kissing him on the lips. A million thoughts raced through Bradley's head. All of them seemed pointless. No, yeah. I'm just getting rid of that. He had closed his eyes and pulled Chris in. Let's just say you gave my heart a concussion. Okay, chat's like Chrissy. Chrissy. The chrissing. Oh god, it's so good. This is like one of the longest streams I've done. I'm out. Girl, like what lips? Lips, Bradley has a peak. Don't cry, Sophia. Okay. Slam. Hey, Chris, honey, you weren't at school, so I assumed, a familiar maternal voice said before Toriel dropped her first. It can't get over what we fucking did to Toriel. How are they christening Bradley? He has a beak. No way. Don't cry until the ending, chat. No shit, not Toriel. Toriel dropped her first and held her hands over her mouth in horror. Chris gave a thumbs up in response to their mother's horrified look and went back to kissing Bradley. Bradley, however, felt a deep pit of despair in his chest. He knew Toriel. The woman did everything in her power to avoid him, and now he was on her couch kissing her child. He could sense another brain injury coming. This was bad. He needed to leave. But there was a problem. He kinda really enjoyed kissing Chris. Love is love. Yeah. So the concussed bluebird said... So to the concussed bluebird, the deep-seated fear he felt was subsumed by the fact that he, an alpha gamer, got to actually kiss someone before his 40s. Okay, what is real beef with the teenager? Last was Toriel. At last was Toriel. 1 million emotions going through her soul. Emotions like rage, fear, forlorn, and a weird sense of nostalgia even. She was happy that Chris had found somebody. For a while, it seemed like Chris would die alone at the age of 36 selling narcotics. This was good news? No, it couldn't be. Across from her precious child, her innocent child, was him. That annoying piece of shit, Bradley. How she had rejoiced when the days of him coming over to play video games were over. How she had avoided paying her library debt to avoid seeing his punchable face. And now, he had the audacity to come into her house in a hospital gown no less and corrupt her poor, sweet, innocent child. That son of a bitch would pay. Bradley, remember you kissing my child? This should go for 6 straight hours. I can't do it anymore, chat. I'm at my fucking limit. I'm at my limit. He's in a hospital gown? Yes! What's your problem, Toriel? I just explained the problem. He stole the... Yes, the hospital stole his clothes. The room felt at least 20 degrees warmer. Toriel picked up her purse, gripping it until her knuckles were white, and then took a step. The floor was littered with Xbox shards cracked underneath her foot. Birdley looked on in terror. His flight responses were telling him that he needed to leave, or else his hospital debt would be even higher. He pulled away from Chris, the look of genuine terror on his face. Okay. This is the best fanfic I've ever heard. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Toriel cracked her neck by tilting it to the side. At once, years of strength training became visible to the teenage boy. Kiss your way out of this one, you reprobate, Toriel said in a deep and foreboding tone. Just then, Birdley felt true fear for the first time. These were not the words of a kind old woman, but one look at her face knew that she meant every single word. Toriel. Holy Peak. This is so better than Hollywood. This is so good. Chris turned to their mother, feeling her uncharacteristic rage in the air, and said, hey Mom, this is Birdley. Can you stay over for the night? The night, Birdley repeated, a growing feeling of red on his face. Chris, go to your room, she said in a voice loud enough to be heard. It was clear that she was at her limit. But Mom, But Chris was cut off. Do as you are told before I lose what little self-control I have left, Toriel screamed as the entire house shook in terror. I love giving Toriel aura. That was the funniest part of all of this. Chris's voice. Chris was shocked. Their mother had never raised their voice at them before. It felt scary, like this woman they had known all their life had changed. And without saying a word, they left for the stairs, leaving Birdley alone. Toriel about to throw fucking hands. Not falling down, dude. Miss Druma, I'm terribly sorry. Birdley started to explain himself, but was cut off by Toriel's hand gripping itself like a python around his neck. You, she said in a deep guttural tone. If Birdley could, he'd gulp. Toriel lifted Birdley up by the neck so they were eye to eye. Never come by this house again. Venom leaking from her mouth as she said it. If Birdley could only explain himself, if Birdley could only tell her how much he cared for Chris. But that would have been cut off again anyway. Never speak to Chris again, she said, barely containing her righteous fury. Never speak to me again, her grip tightening even harder. It was becoming hard to breathe. She lifted Birdley up over her head before choke slamming him through the couch. The dusty old couch smashed into smithereens. A piece of wood jammed itself into Birdley's side, drawing blood. But that only made Toriel see red. She clasped the fist tightly, and then another. She looked straight down at Birdley, reeling in pain, before launching a rapid-fire volley of punches at the downed bird. Birdley's doomed, Yowie. You joined here. Toriel, why? Toriel's a roaring knight. No, the roaring knight's dead. Birdley felt every blow. It must have been 1,000 before his body went numb. Each blow, he felt the explosion of pain. Blood splattered across the walls, and he felt his hollow bones cracking underneath her attack. Just trying to fucking end him. Oh my god. Toriel, hold back. Toriel, don't do it. No. She needs to kill this bitch. I can't. Mercy in all caps. I'm sorry. I know what happens next, and this is really funny. The house shook. The floor cracked, creating a crater. Toriel stood over Birdley. He was gasping for air. He was covered in blood. His ribs were shattered and he probably had a third concussion. He grabbed Toriel's leg, begging for mercy, but she showed him none. With an look of absolute disgust, she kicked Birdley through the wall of the house. Birdley slid against the grass outside, piling it up against him. Birdley was seeing stars. He couldn't get out of the grassy hole he was now in. He coughed up blood. He looked up to the door. He looked to the floor, fearing this might be the end. But then he felt a warm feeling above.
Dude, I know what's gonna happen. Why am I still laughing? Toriel's gonna become Prime Muhammad Ali. This is what Asgore did to the humans. It's because the kiss scene in an action scene, it's so peak.
Why? How is Birdley not dead yet? I'll explain later. It was Toriel, mustering up all the magic power she had into a massive fireball, one consuming the wall of her house. It looked like a tiny sun in the palm of her hand. It was about the size of a yoga ball. It pulsated with the light of justice. Terrified, Birdley stumbled to his feet. He couldn't feel his left wing, so he clutched his right wing into a fist. Mustering up magic of his own, he felt the winds of the north, east, west, and the south come together. His feathers ruffled in the wind. A new feeling of determination was deep within the bluebird. His feathers ruffled in the air. A new feeling of determination was deep within the bluebird. No, he couldn't let Toriel win and push him around. He had been beaten all day, first by his supposed best friend, then by that charlatan of a doctor, and now by Chris's mom. I'm sorry. Toriel beating the shit out of people is really funny. Birdley upscale. The concussion stirred his brain. He shouldn't be able to think, let alone stand. But among his bloodied and bruised face, he can only think of one thing. I need to win. He should be unconscious, but he was not. A lesser monster would have been dusted by those attacks. His courage, his grit, his power, his enjoyment of kissing Chris all filled him with a new feeling. He smiled as the winds grew wilder around him, forming a tornado around him, immersing him within the wind. And suddenly, he could feel his left wing again. His ribs were intact. His brain felt clearer than ever, and there was no more blood. His glasses had been turned into an angular visor. The torn hospital gown he was wearing had transformed itself into a long white cape. An iron-like sleeveless chest plate with the emblem of Falco on it, and his legs were wrapped within leather pants with knee-high wrestling boots. He looked like a real gamer.
Hey, we'll never win over this.
True.
Only humans can write peak like this. Chris must be a very good kisser if Birdley was able to endure this. Look, it's my theme.
Toriel grunted, her rage now consuming her 100-fold. Veins became visible on her head as the size of the fireball tripled, consuming the backside of the house and setting it on fire. As the inferno swelled, Chris ran down the stairs. "Mom, the house is on fire!" But Chris was silenced with the scene before them. Toriel had become a slave to her rage, being consumed by the ever-potent toxin of hatred. In front of her was a warrior of light, a true alpha male, Birdley in a new form. And wait, was he wearing guy liner?
Why is this actually so tough?
Chris was so overwhelmed by the sight of the handsome paladin, but also felt pure dread. Oh. their dearest mother and their beloved squaring off to fight to the death. Wait, Chris screamed, holding out their hand, but their mother but it was too late. Toriel fired her attack. Take this, Lotus Inferno, she roared. The fireball headed towards Birdly with blinding speed, but Birdly only smirked in response. Birdly then cracked his masculine knuckles, but flexed his hand before moving them to the center of his face, in a diamond formation before his hands changed to the silhouette of a heart. This is the power of true love. Penumbra Phantasm. Just... A green energy consumed Birdly as a bright light appeared from his hands, and a gust of wind from the entire continent began to roar. Birdly ejected the blinding light forward. The two attacks met, and a blinding... and a new neon blinding light shined over all of hometown. The attacks struggled for dominance, pushing against each other. Birdly and Toriel screamed with all their might. Why won't you just die? Toriel exploded as she mustered up all the flame magic she had in a helix formation to support her Lotus Inferno. Foolish woman. Gamers don't die, they respawn. This sounds like something Birdly would write. Birdly would write about him getting his ass kicked for 90% of the fic. Birdly cackled as he used the winds of the entire planet to keep Toriel's flames at bay. Mortified, Chris ran back to their room, still drenched in flames, and went over to that rusted and stained old birdcage they kept inside. Inside of it was that eldritch asswipe, their soul that was controlled by someone else. They sighed and decided it was better to have their help. It might be too late, as they heard an ear-splitting explosion from outside, as the world was drenched in a bright light. So what happens when you collect all 6 eggs? True. The dust clears out. Where the dreamer home once was, now is a massive crater. The once lush forest surrounding it had been reduced to ash. Chris grunted. They were knee-deep in ash, in a pile of ash and dirt. Somehow they'd survived. They wiped their eyes and looked ahead. There was no sign of either Birdly or Toriel. They had failed. Both of them must be. The thought made them tear up. They couldn't imagine life without them. Without either of them. Birdly had been their friend since childhood. While they never admitted it, they always had feelings for him. And Toriel, sweet Toriel, was their loving mother, who no matter what was there for them. A somber feeling consumed the air. Six, 7 viewers, hell yeah. Smash. Suddenly, though for an instant, Birdly and Toriel appeared. Toriel was punching Birdly in the face, and Birdly was kneeing her in the stomach. It must have been an optical illusion. There's no way. This time, for an instant, Birdly was hitting Toriel with sweet chin music, and Toriel was cringing in pain. No, that couldn't be possible. Bam. The two appeared for roughly 15 seconds. They were punching each other's fists, meeting each other's jabs. They threw blow for blow, even in speed, even in power. With each punch grew a mini shockwave. Chris couldn't believe their eyes. Birdly and their mother weren't dead. They were still fighting, but moving too fast for the human or monster eye to see.
Oh, I have 8K subs now?
Oh, her writing is fire. Chris gulped. There was little to any hope of stopping the fight now. Birdley raised up his fists and volleyball spiked Toriel to the ground. Toriel hit the ground hard, bouncing back up into the air after making contact with it. She still landed on her feet, however. She dug her heels into the floor, gritted her teeth, wiping her mouth of the blood that was now there. This is so dumb. I keep prepping myself for how dumb this fight scene is, but it keeps... When is a Curdly coming? You missed it. You missed it. Sophia, I remember your pronoun. I keep having to remind myself how dumb this fucking fight scene is, and every time I reread it, it gets fucking funnier. Birdley stood in the air, wings crossed. How did you get so strong? Toriel said, her anger boiling over into frustration. Birdley cackled. You're going to have to try a little harder than that. Toriel angrily groaned before stretching her arm to her side. Rain of fireflies, she said under her breath as a thousand tiny flames appeared behind her. Birdley's expression changed, and one by one the tiny flames followed him with blinding speed. Birdley flew as fast as he could in a crescent arc formation. One by one, the tiny embers expanded, exploding behind him in spectacular fashion. Birdley only barely escaped unscathed. Breathing a quick sigh of relief, he made a slashing motion with his wing. An invisible slash of wind followed with blinding speed. Toriel somehow anticipated the slash and did a triple backflip away from it.
Birdley's sands. We're doing it all night on this shit. Fighting in the light world. And this fight is in the light world. It's funny. This is the new Gojo versus Sukuna. Yeah.
As she looked around, Birdley had vanished. Toriel had knew it was only in time before. Wham! She felt the taste of blood in her mouth. Birdley had kicked her with blinding speed in the stomach. She went flying back, landed on the pavement that used to lead to her house, but now leads nowhere. She coughed up blood. Red now littered her purple school attire, but she didn't care at all. All she felt was pure hatred. Birdley appeared again, this time to her right, as he charged up a spin kick, but she countered with a stiff force palm to his jaw. He stumbled back, creating the perfect opening. Toriel unleashed a flurry of side kicks into Birdley's torso, finishing off her combo with a high knee to Birdley's beak. Birdley, however, responded with a headbutt to Toriel's face, cracking the nose bones of Goat Mom. Her nose begins to bleed as Birdley followed up with a clothesline. Toriel falls to the ground and Birdley prepares an axe kick in response. Toriel knew it was over if Birdley had landed that blow. No, Toriel knew, however, that if Birdley landed that blow, it would be all over. This is the prophecy Susie broke. She's like, it's to peak. Toriel clapped her palms together, and when she opened them, a fiery vortex was created. Whirling fire of hell, she whispered, and suddenly Birdley was engulfed in a spiral of flames. Like a vortex, there was no escape. Her attack had created a vacuum against it. What is this? The bluebird of misfortune uttered as he was consumed by the flames. Fire of hell. Give up. There is no escape from my whirling fire of hell. It'll surround you until your dying days, she explained. Oh, is that all? Birdley said cockily, and with a whoosh of wind, the attack was gone. But how? I am the master of the turbulent wind. I can't fucking say this. I can't fucking say this without smiling, Birdley said, cocking his head to the side in utter arrogance. Toriel suddenly had the strong urge to make him bleed for that fuck-ass comments. Get Studio Map on this, please. Please, it'd be so peak. Don't you hate it when your mother and your boyfriend just fight to the death in front of you? She balled her fists up and threw a jab at Birdley's head, but Birdley simply moved to the right. She tried again, but this time with a stiff knee, but Birdley simply backflipped out of the way. I love, like, the over-reliance on backflipping. I love it. Toriel then smiled and clicked her fingers. A massive pillar of fire then appears where Birdley landed. Toriel pants, assuming that the fight has been won. She smiles to herself. The slow creeping regret of her actions starts to catch up with her. Oh God, what have I done? She wonders to herself, was it really worth it? Saving Chris's honor by murdering a child? The tears well up in Toriel's eyes. She really was just like him. This could really use some Baki style commentary on the side. That's what this is missing. That's what this is missing. We don't have like a narrator, so we need like a commentator. I can't read this without cracking up. Good thing I'm not that guy, Birdley said in his familiar shrill and annoying tone. She's on her W score, with all that regret Toriel, and with that all the regret Toriel had vanquished instantly, and the murderous rage she had once felt came back tenfold. This bird was really pissing her off. I wonder what Susie's dating Noelle. They're playing Dragon Blazers. Susie's face contorted into a demonic grin. As she vanished from view, Birdley stayed alert, looking to his left and right with heavy suspicion before Toriel wrapped around Birdley with an expertly crafted rear naked choke, suffocating the bluebird. Birdley began to gasp for air as Toriel started manically laughing, as Birdley's face became even bluer. Birdley squatted down before taking off again. He started to fly in erratic formation to try to shake Toriel off her, but her grip was as tight as iron. He could feel himself losing consciousness. This was bad. He did not want to die, but somehow flying above hometown made him. But as he was flying over hometown, he lost too much air out of his lungs and began to plummet to the town below. Are we Team Terminus Lens or Team Lotus Inferno? This bluebird is pissing me off. What page is this? Is page what page is it? This is page 16. This is so peak. With Mach 245 speed, they crashed into the middle of the road. Luckily, evening traffic had ceased, and there were barely any innocent civilians on the road. However, the massive crater left in the intersection would definitely cost Carol Holiday and taxpayers millions. The crash was loud, and along with the light show from earlier, caused some passerbys to look on. Alfie's, the humble yet terrible school teacher, looked on in horror. I have to rev up the Alfie's voice. Mythical YouTube homepage full, hell yeah. Toby needs to hire you, I know.
Dear God, Toriel, but Birdly, are they? Oh my god.
She opened her phone and called the police. Need more fan fiction from you, dude? Yeah, I know.
Yes, officer, there's two bodies in the intersection. They fell from the sky.
The response from the other end of the phone was as swift as it was loud. The mysterious shelter at the edge of town. So mysterious. So ERAM. What could possibly be in there? Suddenly, the doors were kicked open by a heavy boot. The corpse of the roaring knight was thrown on the ground with a hard slam. This is the best bait and switch I've ever done. And out walked the chief of police, Undyne. Her hair was all messy. Her sleeves had been ripped up, and she was holding a bloody spear with her muscular hands. She huffed and puffed after a battle well fought, and yet she was still needed. So, ERAM? When was the knight involved? The knight just got fucking no-diffed off screen. What the fuck are you saying about me? Bro, you're a fraud. Undyne beat your ass. With a blinding Mach 2 speed, she ran to the scene of a new crime. When she arrived, foaming at the mouth, crime was her worst enemy, and yet stopping crime so it drove her. And dying on the street, that was a crime. She whipped her head towards Alfie's. Al, you said there was a crime? The bags under her eyes said everything Alfie's needed to know.
God, Undyne, you look terrible. What happened?
This is the plot. Nothing. I just had to fraud check some punk. She responded with a confident grin on her face. So, who are the dead people? Undyne nonchalantly asked, freaking Alfie's out.
Undyne, how do you know if they're dead? They could just be unconscious.
Alfie's reasoned. I like how the knight gets mentioned once and it's just like, Alfie's reasoned, hoping that her only friend and one of her students weren't dead. Oh, good point. You're smart. You know that, Al. You know that, Al. Alfie's blushed. She wasn't used to being complimented by savage warrior woman, but swallowed her embarrassment. Undyne, however, jumped in and slid into the hole the crater the two had created. On closer inspection, the two, despite being covered in scrapes and blood, were one piece. The boss monster had landed face first onto the asphalt and then... Why are you still live streaming? Because I can. So why is there spam 10 in chat? I don't know. Was the monster sleeping? Wait, was that Asgore's ex? That was weird. The other monster appeared to be in ascended state. A state a monster can reach if given the right amount of determination. Undyne was impressed. She thought that she was the only one in hometown that could muster up the ability to maintain that ascended form. Just then, the ascended monster woke up, his eyes wide.
I'm going to stream from the stream, but we're almost at 7 hours, by the way. We're almost at 7 hours.
Bradley was amazed how he had survived that fall. Good thing no one was around, or else he might have accidentally killed someone. Then he turned his head to look at Officer Undyne. By the looks of things, she had also gone through hell. He grunted. He wasn't done with Toriel yet. She attempted to kill him, and as a gamer, he couldn't let that With one elegant half-A press, Bradley jumped to his feet and began walking to the asleep Toriel. He gritted his teeth and grimaced.
Why is Toriel trying to kill Bradley? Because
Bradley made out with Chris. Okay. Get up, Bradley said. Whoa, kid, what do you think you're... Undyne started. Get up, we're not done yet, Bradley screamed. Undyne put herself in between Bradley and his rival. Listen, kid, you've just sustained some pretty heavy damage. You need to go to a medical facility. Bradley cringed at the very idea of going to another hospital, especially after his earlier experience. Okay. Get out of my way, Bradley said before removing his cracked visor and revealing his eyes that totally didn't have guy liner. Undyne put a hand on Bradley's shoulder. Listen, I know you don't want to hear this. I was a pretty hot-headed kid, you know. I got into my fair share of fights. That form, it has a weakness. If you keep using it... End the fight now, kid, Undyne pleaded. Bradley just walked forward. He wanted to proceed. Dude, what the fuck? This is the Weird Route theme. This is great. This is great. Because Bradley's proceeding. Hell yeah, 8K. I'm probably going to end stream after this read through. I'm really tired. It's 4 in the morning. If it's not Undyne, that's Undude. $8K, let's go. Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. This is Bradley the Undying. Undyne looked into Bradley's eyes with raw determination. It looked so familiar. It pissed her off just as much as it did then, too. Sleep. As soon as I'm done reading this. Fine, be that way, she said, gritting her teeth, and she created a volley of spears in front of her. Seems like you're going to have to learn the hard way, she said before. Get lots of sleep for making this masterpiece. Okay. Fa! Like the fa! Sound effect. Really still hasn't paid the hospital bill. He never will. It's 4 in the morning. It's 4 in the fucking morning. And this shit is so niche and fire. Undyne was face planted onto the dirt below, utterly unconscious. Above her was Toriel, her fist radiating smoke off of it. With the one uncanny motion, she contorted her body to look at Bradley with a demonic grin. Her smile said it all. It wasn't really over.
Oh my god!
Alfie screamed as she ran away, trying to look to someone else for help. Toriel, however, simply flexed her muscles, and fire-like aura surrounded her body. Birdley took a defensive stance.
Share it. No, I can't share it yet. It's not done.
Anyway. Toriel, however, simply flexed her muscles, and the fire-like aura surrounded her body. She took a defensive stand. Bird around her. Okay, sorry, I need to do the proper punctuation. Birdley took a defensive stance by instinct, but then Toriel vanished. Birdley panicked. Where could she have gone? Then the realization had hit Birdley. She had never left. He turned around and there she was, fiery fist in hand. Her smile so wide it was tearing the seams of her mouth. Birdley tried to move, but divine fist, holy fire! I can't take that seriously.
I'm eating popcorn watching this, yeah.
Divine fist, holy fire! She said with manic joy as she first contacted not with Birdley. That wasn't her target, but the ground below him. The crater the three of them were in erupted like a volcano. A massive explosion engulfed Birdley and Undyne. The demon, formerly known as Toriel, threw her head back, cackling in laughter. Sleep. As soon as I'm done reading this, we're almost done. Miles away, Birdley appeared, injured Undyne in hand. His left side was pretty heavily burned. In his right was Officer Unsigned, still unconscious and somehow unscathed. Damn it!
Let them cook.
The nerves on the right side of his... Oh, this is left. Sorry, inconsistency. Left side of his body were destroyed. He couldn't feel anything, but he did remember the searing heat and the smell of burning feathers. All that filled him with rage. He dropped Undyne off at the hospital, leaving her at the front step. Toriel had been laughing for 40 minutes. Then she started to take her fingers and claw them across her face, drawing blood everywhere. Her laughter drove quite a scene of concerned neighbors worried about her safety, yet who were too scared to actually intervene. I finally did it! He's dead! She roared into the sky. I love this fuck-ass Toriel. It's my favorite Toriel. She's so goated. Until a familiar yet irritating voice chimed in.
Birdley doubled the hospital bill he gave to Undyne.
Wave dashing, not a technique I'd ever thought I'd use. It was true. Wave dashing could only create enough speed to avoid Toriel's divine fist. Birdley had always considered himself a gamer with principles, which is why he had never stooped to such a low. But against Toriel, none of that mattered. Toriel immediately stopped laughing. Instead, her gaze drifted towards Birdley with a look of awe, raw, untamed animosity. Okay, so that's where we're going to leave it off. We're going to leave it off right there. Thank you everyone for joining me for this monumental stream. this stream was phenomenal. This is my most viewed stream yet. Got a lot of new eyes on this. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, so... We're going to, end stream here. And, yeah, we're gonna... Yeah. Remember, next time I stream this, we're going to finish up the, make sure you're subscribed if you wanna watch the next stream. We're going to finish up the fight scene. We're going to move on to another scene. I really like the idea of a Chris and Noel cage match. This was truly our Deltarune. Yes. So, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do this. The true ending of Deltarune, exactly. Thank you all for joining me. This has been Peak Fiction, so yeah. How much longer? My hospital. Catch you on the flip side. Looking forward to it. Loved it. Okay. Cage match. Yes, I want Chris and Noel to fight to the death. AEW cage match. Hell yeah. I was thinking more Hell in a Cell, but yeah. Here's and Birdley haven't cried. Yeah, don't end the stream. No, they're not. They're in high school. I'm not gonna write about teenagers, you know. What about the hospital bill? That shit's never getting paid. Chris is done. Good night, every.